for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is June 7th, 2023. It is 10:02 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne. Present. Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon these your people gathered. Give them the strength and the courage to continue on this journey of life. Bless now our leaders. Give them your direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you. You may be seated. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230361, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items? All right, on page 4, the second item, 23-0365, I'd like that removed for further discussion. Any others? All right, I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 4, regular meeting agenda. 230368, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have some amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. First, on page 7, item 230382, request approval to accept the assignment and assumption of a contract Sheriff, this item is requested to be moved and heard before item 230381.
Okay.
Also, item to be revised, 230381, Sheriff, requests approval to amend an existing contract to provide physical and mental health services to inmates at the Fulton County Jail facilities. This item was revised to include an amended contract. On page 9 and 10, the Board of Registration and Election items, 230386 and 230387. These items were amended to revise the nomination language. So it would read, the Fulton County Republican Party has nominated Mike Hekin and Jason Frazier instead of they're replacing someone.
Wait, repeat that? What do you mean it was revised?
Just revising the nomination language. It says on 386, the Fulton County Republican Party has nominated Mike Hegan for a full board appointment to replace Dr. Catherine Ruth. We're not replacing, they're just being nominated.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
That's it.
Commissioners, anything? All right, on the full agenda, let's vote. Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, before we continue, just two quick things. Number one, each of you should have received a communication from me yesterday regarding a housing authority issue, and we'll be talking about that in an executive session. And secondly, we've been polling each of you to find a convenient date for us to have us, hopefully the last work session, and we're all over the map. So what I'm going to recommend, there's no date where more than one or two of us could be present. So what I'm going to recommend is that we'll have a follow-up work session after our next meeting, which will be what's that date, the 21st? So we can, the 21st, if we can be diligent enough to limit the number of proclamations, et cetera, so that we can finish by around 2:45 and immediately go into a special call meeting to deal with the budget, because it's getting time sensitive now, so that we, the board, will have to give the manager and his team some direction. So that's what I'd like to propose, and hopefully all of us will be able to attend. Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis.
I mean, I think that's a worthy potential, but I think it's also maybe it's something you could share with us what the polling is. We can't identify a date.
Okay, we can get that.
I only saw like 2 dates or something in terms of it wasn't like a whole lot of options that were provided.
Okay, all right, we'll go over that, get the dates and
Okay.
make a decision before we leave today. Commissioner Barrett?
Just on this subject, it'd be my preference that we meet on a separate day. So if there's any way to find that, that would be my preference.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what we tried, but I mean, there's one here, two there, one there, so it was, anyway. All right, we'll go over it again and see what we can come up with, but it has to be done. All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 4, 230369, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, May 3rd, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, May 17th, and special call post-agenda minutes, May 22nd, 2023.
All right, is there a motion on the minutes? A motion to ratify or approve by Commissioner Barrett. It is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230370, presentation of proclamations and certificates. Proclamation recognizing Art Jeter Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, just one. All right. Who can see here? Well, you can read it. Let's go. You got one. Praise the Lord.
Yes, you. Would you like to be in the picture? Would you like to be in the picture? We have someone that'll take the pictures for you. Right here, he's coming. You give the camera to him. Jonathan, please take the pictures for her. He will take the pictures.
She works for Commissioner.
I never seen her before. All right, Commissioner Arrington could not be here and asked that I present this proclamation to you, and of course, I am honored to do so. Art Jeter, reading your proclamation and just knowing your background, you are awesome. So the proclamation reads, whereas Art Jeter organized and worked as president of the Association of West Cascade Communities to bring residents of unincorporated Fulton County and the city of Atlanta together to master plan the West Cascade Business District. And whereas Art Jeter and the Association of West Cascade Communities developed Fulton County's first overlay for the unincorporated area, which was later inspired but North and South Fulton unincorporated communities to do the same to master plan their communities. And whereas excuse me, Art Jeter stood along with the Association of West Cascade Communities to define a vision of development and quality of life, which attracted several grocery stores, multiple bank branches, a sit-down restaurant, conversion of the Greenbrier Library into a regional library, a major home improvement store, excuse me, and several small businesses to serve the commercial needs of unincorporated South Fulton and Southwest Atlanta, which remains vibrant to this day. Yes, it does. And whereas Art Jeter stood firm on quality development to protect homeowners from intrusive development by working with the Association of West Cascade Communities by stopping an 8-apartment complex that would have abutted homes with values close to $250,000 at the time. And whereas this decisive and tough action led Fulton County government to acquire the land, which a portion of it consists of the Southwest Arts Center, Fulton County has continued investment in the corridor because of this foundational work by Art Jeter and the associations of West Cascade communities by investing in decorative street lighting, building out Trammell Crow Park, and a fire station with a police precinct. And whereas many other nearby community groups, business associations, and nonprofits often point out the work done on West Cascade as their motivation to fix and improve other parts of Southwest Atlanta and South Fulton. And whereas Art Jeter's vision and work exemplify where society grows great when men plant trees in whose shade they shall never sit, and future generations reap the benefits and the principle of Ujamaa, shared work, wealth, and good in the world. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the legacy of community involvement exhibited by Art Jeter and his dedication to the livelihood of his fellow South Fulton County citizens, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, June 7th, 2023, as Art Jeter and the Association of West Cascade Communities Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here. And as I look at the Board of Commissioners, the chairman, about the only one that was here when I was carrying on and making things happen. Chairman Roy Pitt and I'm not going to give our age, but we've been knowing each other about three decades. Okay. Now, I want to honor my wife of 61 years of marriage. We've been knowing each other about 70 years. Now, quickly, we are from Georgia. We spent a lot of time away from Georgia, military and all that. Born and raised, she and I both, Noonan, Georgia. Down the street, I call it. She's been a very wonderful wife to me. She's been to 12 different countries around the world, and I've been to 27. Just to give a little idea there. Now, my community service, I want to let you know that I had that experience before I even came back to Georgia. In Germany, my first activity as a community person. Over 45 years of active service as a community service person. My wife was there with me all the time. We moved back to Georgia July the 9th, 1988, Cascade Road, where we live right now. We looked the place over, and I told my wife, I said, you know what? We done moved out here, got some nice homes out here. We ain't got nowhere to go shop, nothing. And we started talking about it and got the word out, and it started spreading like wildfire. With all the experience that I had, we pulled together 36 neighborhood organizations in southwest Atlanta, Georgia. 36. From Mays Manor to Camp Creek Parkway. Now, there was some challenges out there, but that was no problem. Being military and already doing all that community, challenge has been the thing of my life. And I want to make it very clear right now. It's not about me, even in the military. It's not about me in the community. When I be elected to do something, I come to do one thing and one thing only: serve the people like you're supposed to do. We could use some more of that today. Look at southwest Atlanta, particular Cascade. My wife looked, and I looked and said, there was one, we call it dilapidated gas station in the area. Saw a car coming up and down Cascade every now and then. Now you can't hardly get up and down Cascade. So I want to share with you, we not only dealt with the community for getting businesses, we also dealt with safety. Cost a medium to be put out there along the way on Cascade. But it wasn't only just Cascade, it was also Camilton Road. The lighting stopped at Danforth Road. Everything else was dark to Fulton Industrial. Look at the results now. Didn't have a grocery store. Some of you might not remember, and some of you probably weren't around. Old Bruno's came, they went bankrupt. I was right there, carrying on. There come a store named Ingles come in there, and I know they didn't fit to begin with, but we gave them a try. After a year, they left. Talking about bolting the place up. We said, no, we don't bolt up buildings out here. After a challenge, guess who we got there now? Kroger. Public food store, another one. There was a person, and his son went around with me from Cobb County, DeKalb, where they had some public food stores, and looked at some, and we came up with an idea what we would like to have at public here on Cascade. Very quickly, there were some complainers. Well, you know, public, they come out of Florida. I'll say, yeah, okay. Then they say, well, they got, I'm gonna be finished in just a second. I don't gotta get out of here.
Don't look at the chin. Please take your time.
They had a community say they had a lawsuit about what? discrimination. I said, okay, that's why we want them in here. We get that straightened out. They're here, let's say down. Public, Kroger, Walmart, Plenty Food Store. They want to develop a lot of fast food stores. No, not going to do that. We're going to get a mixed development. We got it, we have it, and thank the Lord, things work when you're doing things right. Y'all be blessed. Glad to be here. Appreciate what you're doing for me. I didn't know about this, but that's okay. Thank you.
I know we're short on time, but you get a picture? Get a picture?
He's gonna move this out of the way and just turn this around.
All right, John, let's go now.
My daughter come late.
All right. One, two, three, four. All right, Commissioners, back to the agenda for today. There was one item that should have been moved up, but so without any objection, the sheriff's presentation on 23-0391, which appears on page 13, we need to have that heard before item 23-0381, which appears on page 7. So his presentation, that before the NAFCAR, because they sort of go hand in hand. Without objection, we'll make that correction to the agenda.
So
All right,
noted.
Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 5, public hearings, 230371, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or submitting their comments in writing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 50 speaker cards.
50?
50. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Councilmember Lee Hills, Josh McNoll, Stephanie Andres, Jill Tremmel, and Julie Adams.
All right, speakers, a couple of the, there's no time limit with respect to public officials, but the general public, you're limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. When you have 15 seconds remaining of the 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that's your clue to begin to conclude your remarks. We have 50 people who've signed up, so 2 times 50 is 100. 100 divided by, 60 will give us in excess of the 30 minutes. So we'll make a decision when the 30 minutes are up. It's 10:25 a.m. First speaker.
Thank you. My name is Lee Hills. I'm a Roswell City Council member, and I want to start by saying thank you so much for your service to Fulton County and the citizens in this county. I have lived here for nearly 23 years and have no intention of leaving, so you're stuck with me, and I want to support you in every way that I can. So I want to clear that first, and then secondly, I'd like to ask you, I know you've already considered this by prayer and by research and by conviction in your heart, to strongly consider voting yes for Jason Frazier and for Mike Hekin today as candidates for appointees for the BRE. I know one of the gentlemen, and I've researched the other, and I feel very confident in both of their backgrounds and what they're able to accomplish to make Fulton County even a better place to live. So I hope that you'll vote yes for both of these gentlemen, and I will continue to serve my Fulton County residents in Roswell well while also serving you. Thank you so much for this morning.
Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Josh McCoon. I'm a Fulton County resident and an attorney. I'm frankly surprised that these appointments were not placed on your consent agenda. The county ordinance is pretty clear that once these names are forwarded, that the appointing authority shall appoint the recommended appointees. I hope that you will vote today in conformity with the clear language of the ordinance to put these nominees on the Board of Elections. There are 3 things that are going to happen if that doesn't take place today. The first thing that's going to happen is it's going to be yet another blow to public confidence in election administration in Fulton County when we really don't need that. The second thing that's going to happen is someone is going to go to court to seek a writ of mandamus to get the county to follow the clear and unambiguous language of the ordinance. And the third thing that will happen is there will be a complaint filed with the State Elections Board, because no one wants one party to control election administration in Fulton County, which is the situation that will be set up if this board fails to act today. So I would just urge you to do the right thing, follow the clear and unambiguous language of the ordinance, and place these nominees on the Board of Elections in conformity with state law, and simply follow your oath of office. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Andres. County Ordinance Section 1430-33 clearly states that the Republican Party chair, that's me, shall nominate 2 individuals, and that the governing authority in Fulton County will appoint, that's you. I am proud to nominate Jason Frazier and Michael Hekin to the Board of Registration and Elections. To share with you our process, I put a call out for 3 weeks, had individuals self-nominate. They submitted a statement of interest as well as a resume. I set up an interview panel. It was handled very professionally. We had interviews over a 2-week period. Equal time was allotted to each candidate. Same questions were asked. We explored answers and ultimately deliberated. Then the interview panel made a recommendation to me, which I agreed with, took it to the executive committee of over 70 people, and they were clearly affirmed. Backgrounds were reviewed, their work history was reviewed, and I'm excited to say that they are great stewards of the Fulton County Republican Party. I would not have nominated somebody who would not have been a great ambassador, not only for the Republican Party, but also for Fulton County. I'm excited about being able to work with you all because the Board of Commissioners should have oversight over the Board of Registration and Elections, and I'm excited that these nominees will definitely present some strong professionalism. I want to thank Dr. Kathleen Ruth and Mark Wingate for their service. They definitely served the party and served the people of Fulton County, but it's now time for a change because our elections are going to be viewed nationwide. The Fulton County, we the people in Fulton County are not just Democrats. We identify as Republicans, we identify as Libertarians, we identify as independents. Therefore, when you represent all the we the people. I'm
15
excited
seconds.
to work with you, and we the people of Fulton County are Fulton strong, and I thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Jill Trammell-Cusick. I am the treasurer for the Fulton County GOP, and I'm also a former candidate for State House of Representatives in House District 50. I've stood before you previously in regards to the 0 election day votes that we had in 2 of my largest precincts, JC 10 and JC 11, where Brad Raffensperger and the other candidate that I ran against, Betsy Kramer, also live. When I tried to go in front, I did go in front of the Board of Registration and Elections, and I asked to contest the election and get a verified hand count of the ballots that were placed in the machines. The same exact request that was done in DeKalb County with a Democrat, which once they counted those actual ballots, 3,810 of them had not even been tabulated. Instead, I was dismissed, and I was told to take it to court. I took it to court, and unlawfully it was rejected for form. I talked to the Superior Court judge, who also dismissed me. Those are election laws that were not followed, and elections have consequences. We can no longer afford, as a community, to allow these things to continue. We must follow the law. I will continue to serve in any way that I can, and that's what I'm doing now. And I would implore you to look at the qualifications of the people that we're asking you to appoint. They have represented the people well, and while they have brought forth challenges to the voter registration, this is what we need to do. We need to do
15
better.
seconds.
And we will do better. So I ask you, please, vote for our appointees today, and let us work together in the future so that we all have a voice. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Jamie Parrish, Ginger Bradshaw, Christine Probst, David Callahan, and Deborah Alexander.
Can I go? My name is Julie Adams, and I'm here as a Fulton County resident. Contrary to prior public comment and news reports, the Board of Commissioners has no choice in the matter of the 2 political party nominees for BRE members. The law is very clear on the matter. All of you commissioners shall appoint board members put forward to the BRE today. Any of you that vote no on any BRE member set forth will be breaking the law. The board's history shows that for the past 10 years, and probably for all time, there has never been a commissioner who has voted no for a BRE member that has been put forth from a political party. Every single time, all 4 political nominations have served on the BRE. Why is that? Because past Board of Commissioners have understood that it would be lawless to vote no for any of these nominees. In conclusion, I want to ask you all to do the right thing and do not break the law. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jamie Parrish. I'm a 32-year resident of Fulton County, and I haven't been paying attention to this commission very much over the past few years, but over the last few months I have paid attention. And what I've found is a group of elected individuals, adults, who sit in a room and call people names like Karen, and for taxpayers like me and many people in this room to keep our white privilege north of I-20, I suggest that people who say we should keep our white privilege north of I-20 to maybe pass an ordinance where we keep our tax money north of I-20. Secondly, I'm a gay man. I'm a minority. And I have never, ever in my life seen someone use their minority status to be so intellectually dishonest in rhetoric in this room. I can't imagine going through my life going, well, you didn't disagree with me, so you must be homophobic. You disagree with me, so you must be homophobic. And calling people Karen, really? Is that the elected official? Is that what we sent you all here for? Okay, so moving on, we have nominated 2 Republicans to take positions on this Board of Elections. And the law is very clear. It doesn't say you might appoint, it says you shall appoint. There has not been a group in over 10 years say no. Not one commissioner has ever voted no. Don't be the first. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ginger Bradshaw, and I live in Sandy Springs, and I've lived there for a long time. I don't know exactly. But first of all, like many of the other speakers have said, these appointments are about following the law. Would everyone in the audience, if you believe we should follow the law, would you please stand up? People have taken off from work. They've taken a day of vacation. And my job is flexible. But I just have come to say, I gave you a handout of an abandoned house. Have you gotten that? There's no reason these appointees should not move forward today. The Republican appointees have spent tireless hours of their own time working to make our elections more efficient. This benefits all of us. It's not a Democratic or a Republican thing. Cities are opting out of using Fulton County for their municipal elections because they're too costly. Charging the cities for ghost registrations, which has been shown by Mr. Frazier's work and the city's own recent research. I think they moved 48,000 voters into the challenge category recently based on Mr. Frazier making the challenges that he made. I've provided an example on the handout that you've given. It's a picture of an abandoned house that had 20 ghost registrations, and obviously your registration needs to be where you live. It's a waste of hard-earned money of city and Fulton County residents.
15 seconds, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Ghost registrations, I'm a poll manager, and ghost registrations cost the county money because we have more equipment, more polling places, more people, more training based on those. Thank you.
Hello, Christine Probst, Atlanta resident. I'm here in support of the nominations of Mike Hekin and Jason Frazier to the Board of Registration and Elections. Mr. Frazier, in particular, has spent the last year uncovering issues with our voter rolls. Instead of thanking him, some have criticized him. I've watched all the hearings. I have looked at all the data, and let me share with you what I have found. First, Mr. Frazier's submissions were accurate. The registration department reviewed everything that he submitted, and they confirmed over 95% of his submissions. In addition, as you've heard, the registration department recently published a May report where they show 48,000 registration issues. So I ask, is there anyone here criticizing our registration team for conducting the same analysis that Mr. Frazier did? Second, Mr. Frazier is upholding election law. By law, voters must register with a valid residential address, not a vacant lot, not a business address, and not a UPS store. This is so important because this ensures voters get the right ballot when they go to vote, right? I mean, I hope we can all agree that that's a good thing. We want voters to have a correct ballot. Mr. Frazier is helping improve the voter experience. Accurate addresses mean that voters vote the correct ballot, like I mentioned. They receive their absentee ballot if requested. They receive notifications from the election department.
15 seconds.
And accurate voter rolls also improve efficiency at the polls, reducing wait times. And as mentioned, it will reduce the cost. He mentioned 20,000 duplicate voters. That's at least 10,000 voters, ghost voters, that we shouldn't be paying for. Thank you very much.
My name is David Callahan. I live in the city of South Fulton in District 6. I'm here to speak on behalf of Jason Frazier, who is a public servant. I'm also here to speak against what I'm calling ghost voters. Ghost voters are people who are ineligible to vote. Sometimes they are dead voters. Sometimes they are in Georgia, could be even a dead cat, I suppose. They may have moved out of the state or moved out of the county. They may be duplicate registrations. I worked the municipal early voting in 2021 at the South Fulton Annex. I had a gentleman come in and he wanted to make sure he was still eligible to vote. When I looked him up, I found out he actually had 3 voter registrations. All 3 with the same driver's license number, same first and last name, same date of birth. The voters in Georgia and Fulton County think and believe that the government actually keeps the voter rolls clean. They are mistaken. People like Jason Frazier are doing the work for the government, and therefore he is a servant, and he needs to be in a position, official position, where he can do that job. Some people like ghost voters on the rolls. Some people think that those are an opportunity to help get their candidates over the finish line. Others recognize that ghost voters are a threat to our democracy.
15 seconds.
I hope that the people here today will make a decision what they believe. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Michael Gordon, Becky Parker, Rob Callahan, Alexa Fink, and Caroline Jeffords.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for serving us. I'm Deborah Alexander, and I was born and raised in Southwest Fulton County. Generations of my family have resided in Fulton County, and I just want to say that never in all these years have I seen such opposition or objections to filling these 2 Republican seats. Mark Wingate and Dr. Ruth have both served several terms and have never faced such opposition. There are no objections to them. Democrats say Republicans are committing voter suppression and denying votes. Democrats are the vote deniers here. They're being hypocrites. Democrats want to object to everything. For what purpose? So they control it all? Isn't that voter suppression? So when 2 Democrats are up for a new election, new seat, shall we deny them as well? Republicans have the right to nominate 2 seats, and they should be able to do so without objection, the same as Democrats. What is the objection now? Just because they found many illegal votes in the system? Are they afraid that we're going to find more changing the outcome of the voting? Fair and free elections are what we want. We do not want votes that are corrupt, incorrect, or false. I hope you want the same. I also hope that you, our commissioners, all believe in truth, honesty, and integrity. Republicans do, and these 2 gentlemen need to be sworn in, elected today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Gordon, Fulton County. I trust the Fulton County Republican Party, and I support both of their nominees, Jason Frazier and Michael Hekin. Regardless of party affiliation, everyone should value and promote election integrity. It is obvious that Jason values election integrity as much as anyone, since he took the initiative and worked hard at no expense to the county to challenge some 30,000 suspect voter roll records because he cares about election integrity. And 97% of his challenges were accepted by the BRE as invalid records that they then disqualified. What Jason did was amazing, and this board, as well as all of Fulton County, should be grateful to Jason for his contribution. Some people complain that Jason is an election denier who is trying to prevent legitimate voters from having the opportunity to vote. This is complete nonsense. First of all, Jason did not disqualify one person from the voter rolls. The BRE did that because they agreed with Jason. If any real eligible voter was canceled, then concerned citizens should complain about the BRE, not about Jason. Did any of these complainers help clean up the voter rolls? Are these complainers upset that Jason helped promote election integrity? Do these complainers want inaccurate voter rolls? Do they want deceased people or people using non-residential or non-existent addresses to vote? All such votes are illegal. Do the complainers want our election laws to be violated? If so, then they are law deniers and truth deniers, and their complaints should be seen for what they are, pure nonsense. The only thing Jason has done is to help ensure election integrity in Fulton County by challenging the BRE to maintain accurate voter roll records. Jason is a hero, not a villain, and for that, and for the fact that both Jason and Michael are the Republican nominees, this board should unanimously appoint both as per Georgia law. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Becky Parker, a longtime resident. I want to thank you on this Board of Commissions for what you do for Fulton County. This is a very influential county. The people who work here have an effect not only in this county, but the whole country. So I respect you, and people like Mr. Getter today inspire me because I want to see that more and more in Fulton County. I'm here because it's come to my attention that a lot of people have opposed Jason Frazier and Michael. And I want to just say, please vote for them today. I know Jason personally. I know his heart is to serve this county. All we're looking for is people that will follow the law and serve this county. Mr. Getter inspired me today. I'm here because I'm just an average citizen that wants to see the best done for Fulton County. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Rob Cunningham, a Fulton County resident, born in Georgia in 1962, lived here my whole life, 2 decades in Fulton County. I want to thank each of you. First of all, I want to honor you and respect you each for your service. I know it takes a lot. There's a lot of unsung effort and long hours that you put into this. I served our country as an Air Force combat veteran. The people that stood up behind me when they said they stand for law, they are serving their country, and I know and respect that you are serving your country. We all serve our country for the right to disagree, for iron to sharpen iron. We do not have to always disagree, but we have served our country for the right to uphold law. That we did not fight for. No one served, serves, or died for the right to break the law. We can love one another and come to different conclusions. All that I ask is that the law be equally applied to both sides. I know Jason personally. He is a man of honor, and he is a man of integrity. And at the end of the day, we are not about election denying. We don't deny that an election took place. The issue here is treason. To interfere with election law, the infrastructure of election law in the United States of America, is an attack on our vital national infrastructure. Anyone found guilty attacking the vital national infrastructure of the United States of America is guilty of treason. So the question is not, did an election happen or did it not? The question is, did treason happen or did it not? And I honor and respect each one in this room to want to find the answer to that question. That's something we cannot let go unanswered. Thank you for your service.
Good morning. My name is Alexa Fink, and I am a Fulton County resident for 32 years. And thank you for your time today. The Help America Vote Act of 2002 makes it federal law to maintain accurate voter registration lists. The federal government pays millions of dollars to Georgia. By law, if a county has a board of registrations and elections, it is their responsibility to maintain these voter registration lists. According to the Federal Election Assistance Commission, Fulton County, Georgia, in 2020 had 113.9% of the citizen voting age population registered to vote. That's right. Again, Fulton County had 113.9% of citizens over 18 registered to vote. Fulton has fallen short of maintaining our voter registrations. Jason Frazier is a citizen that felt these numbers didn't make sense. They didn't add up. He followed Georgia law and he put in countless hours to help what is the BRE's responsibility. In large part, his volunteer hours were dedicated to duplicate voters. This is residents that have 2 to 11 voter registration numbers. Jason's dedication to supporting the BRE and the Elections Department has helped support them to start following federal and state laws. Jason's volunteer work has been within the framework of the state and federal laws. Anyone voting against the GOP nominee for a position on the BRE will clearly be breaking the law. And you shall vote yes today to stay within the law. Thank you so much.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Katie Benson, Matt Rowanzak, Dane Shepard, Anita Hogan, Clay Jones.
Good morning, I'm Caroline Jeffords, and I'm here not only in support of the appointees, Mr. Hekin and Mr. Frazier, but also in support of the law, specifically the ordinance that say that you shall appoint them, not that you might or may be. Mr. Pitts, I don't know if you remember, but we go to the same nail salon, and I've run into you quite a bit.
Yeah, I thought I recognized
And we have, we've spoken, and he's got good-looking nails and toes. And so in January of 2021 was the first time that I ran into you at the nail salon, and I proceeded to tell you about the things that, indiscrepancies that I had witnessed as a recount monitor at the Georgia World Congress Center. And then you told me that the law matters, you told me that my voice matters. And I hope you still feel that way, because I feel you all have a duty, your oath of your office, that you do have a duty to represent everyone, not just one party or another party. We're all Fulton County residents. And I ask that you please respect that and please follow the law, because elections have consequences as well as not following the law has consequences. And I urge you all to follow your oath of office that you each took and allow all of Fulton County residents to have a voice. And I appreciate your time today and your consideration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Benson. Lest I should be falsely identified as anything other than I am, I would like to be very clear. I identify as a strong, independent woman who favors free and fair elections. A woman who will choose to look at facts. Many of these facts produced by Fulton County. They are as follows. It is fact that it is legally required that Fulton County maintain clean voter rolls. It is true that Fulton County itself found more than 48,000 illegitimate registrations, and that was just the initial report. Based on last year's spend, it is true that registered voters cost the county around $37 per voter. Cleaning voter rolls doesn't cost the county money. It actually saves the county money to clear illegitimate registrations. It is fact that Mr. Frazier has not been paid by the county up to this date. Instead, he consistently donates his own time. He is not wasting any funds, as he has not taken any. It is a Georgia voter's right to challenge, then go through procedure, hearing, and right of appeal. And a resounding number that were challenged of almost 100% has been deemed verified as illegitimate by the BRE. As the judge once stated in the production of 12 Angry Men, it is now your duty to sit down and try and separate the facts from the fancy. I have presented the facts today. Some facts I do wish were not true.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Matt Rowanzak, Fulton County resident. When it comes to these 4 appointments this morning, let me share some context what you've heard. No commissioner has ever voted no on one of these nominees. Yet, at least you, Commissioner Barrett, all of a sudden appear to be attempting to subvert this code. On what grounds? When it comes to Mr. Frazier, I have not heard one comment opposing him that contains any substance. No data, no laws violated, no facts. If you don't believe in properly maintaining the voter roll, you don't believe in following the law, you don't believe in being a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars, and you don't believe in protecting the right to vote. Commissioner Hall, I talked to one of your staffers yesterday, and you all said you were looking into potential red flags. I want to share some red flags with you. On July 14th of last year, during a registration challenge hearing, there were 36 fake addresses registered on Lee Street in Atlanta. Those fake addresses were confirmed by this county's GIS department, yet Aaron Johnson was the sole board member to not uphold the challenges. Does that sound like, quote, I will at all times truly, impartially, and faithfully perform my duties in accordance with Georgia laws to the best of my ability? That, by the way, is part of his oath. Last year during the primary, there were 3 board members, including nominees Aaron Johnson and Teresa Crawford on June 5th, who recertified the primary with literally no documentation. No data, no numbers, nothing. How does a board member, quote, make a true and perfect return of such primaries and elections when they have absolutely nothing in front of them? Again, that quote is only part of their oath. How about we focus on appointing the nominees that haven't violated the law? Thank you.
All right. Excuse me, sir, just for one moment. My colleagues, the 30 minutes have expired. We've heard from 17 speakers. We have 33 more. What's your pleasure? Madam?
I say let him speak. I mean, I look at what Atlanta City Council
Understand.
endured on Monday.
I understand.
We can endure.
Any objections? Any objections? All right. Okay. Continue. So let's do this. We have 33 more. It's 10:57. Let's go until 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your service. My name is Dane Seibert. I've been a Fulton County resident for a total of almost 30 years. And I just want to say that I'm kind of surprised we're here today. I'm here to support Jason and Michael, and I just question why we're here when the law is very clear about what should be done here. I particularly want to talk about Jason Frazier, I know well. And I want to tell you about the work he's done on his own to do what the county should have done. And I will say that I am appalled that he got vilified by a lot of people in this room, your staff, and certainly the article in the AJC. Absolutely unfounded, incredible. So I'd like for everybody to back up, take a breath, and go, what is wrong with Jason Frazier? Here's a man who's dedicated himself hundreds and hundreds of hours to find all these challenges. You know, people throw election or, integrity around like it's, nothing. Well, some of us take it very seriously. A lot of people challenge everybody saying, oh, they're election deniers. Let me just say this. Everybody is an election denier on both sides of the aisle when you think every election was perfect. And when everybody said that election in 2020 and the last election was all perfect, we see nothing but people having recounts and showing that it wasn't perfect. And these challenges, many of those people did vote. So let me tell you something, it wasn't perfect. So let's fix that, and let's don't deny these men on this board. Thank you.
Good morning. Anita Hogan, Sandy Springs high school teacher. I'm here in favor of the nomination of Mike Hekin and Jason Frazier to the Registration and Elections Board. Who are these people? Mike Hekin, impressive resume. Accounting and law degrees from Florida, MBA from Wharton, retired Army captain, CEO and COO of several companies, and on the board at other companies and foundations. He also volunteers for veterans organizations. Mike will bring a strong knowledge of election law, leadership experience, strategic thinking, and financial expertise to the Board of Elections and Registration. Jason Frazier has a master's degree in finance and business and a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. He has led very large engineering projects and managed budgets over $10 million. Mr. Frazier has project management expertise with experience in Lean Six Sigma training and process improvement. Mr. Frazier is detail-oriented, analytical, and highly organized. He will help identify opportunities to improve the efficiency and accuracy of our elections while on the board. Please uphold the law as stated in Section 1433 to appoint these two nominees to the board. Thank you for your time.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Nia Corson, Brian Dunn, Anna Dennis, Joseph Mildy, and Candy Muldowney.
I think this happened to me last time. Am I going?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Clay Jones from Fulton County. Starting to see a theme here. I think I might leave my kids with Jason Frazier if I ever die. I'm here simply in response to the character assassinations I've witnessed of Jason. I'm just a simple man from Alpharetta. It's a great city, by the way. Here to testify to Jason's character as I've gotten to know him over the past year or so. What I have not seen in Jason is some highly partisan, deep state conservative plant taking actions to suppress voters. That's not the guy I've gotten to know. What I have seen in Jason is a man fairly close to nonpartisan. I've had conversations with him, who sincerely wants to get to know or get to the truth to the best of his ability. And honestly, he's someone that I think we owe a debt to. As I spend each day working on my business and spending time with my family, Jason's been spending countless hours trying to help clean up the voter rolls. And that's something every serious person knows is a serious problem. So I want to say publicly, thank you, Jason, for all your hard work on behalf of the people of Fulton County. Thank you.
Good morning, Nia Corson, Fulton County resident. I'm here today to demonstrate my enthusiastic support for the nominations and approval of the appointments of Jason Frazier and Mike Hekin to the Fulton County BRE. Both men are immensely qualified and have extensive involvement in Georgia elections through volunteer efforts, their time on their dime, including final draft input into SB 202 and many other aspects of recent Fulton County elections. As you are aware, and as required by the law, Fulton County Ordinance 14-33, the BOC is required to accept the Fulton County GOP nominations. Nonetheless, at the last BOC meeting, a flock of misguided activist citizens spoke out against Mike and Jason's nominations, parroting the same tired, old, and played-out arguments. Why? They claimed they are election deniers and were the cause of needless, time-consuming paperwork by the BRE. I'll ask you to be the judge. First of all, Mike Hekin is an accomplished attorney and is legally bound to adhere to all law of Georgia laws, including state election law. Certainly, he would not risk disparagement and damage his reputation. As for Mr. Frazier, he has been personally responsible for identifying over 20,000 voter registration issues, with nearly 100% of those challenges reviewed and accepted by the registration department. These roles included 20,000 duplicate registrations, 6,000 registrations of invalid addresses, 2,000 registrations with no addresses, and the list goes on, but I don't have enough time to discuss them. Clean and updated voter rolls is the job of Fulton County and the BRE. It appears that Jason Frazier did their job pro bono. So I'll ask you, again, to be the judges. Who is trying to improperly interfere with our elections? Mike and Jason, or these activists using false claims and intimidation to subvert our current law?
15 seconds, ma'am.
Let that sit with each of you for a moment. In closing, it's worthy of publicly reminding all of us that free and fair elections are essential to our country's democracy. It is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It's an American issue.
Good morning. My name is Brian Dunn, resident of Fulton County. I've read recently an article that the work being done on voter registration roll inaccuracies is a waste of time, especially the time of the employees of Fulton. With the receipt of thousands of examples of voter registration inaccuracies, Fulton County accepted 95% of Mr. Frazier's challenges. About 20,000 duplicate voter registrations were found. 2,000 had no address listed. About 4,000 were non-existent. 36 of those were fake and confirmed by the Fulton GIS department. How does one register without an address? Registrations must be residential, yet 2,000 were found to be gas stations, MARTA stations, self-storage centers, postal buildings without P.O. boxes. How about an abandoned house at 850 Oak Street with 20 registered voters, several registered the same day? 18 have different last names. This is how Fulton runs our elections? After this, Fulton looked further into this itself and discovered an additional 48,000 bad voter registrations. Is this rampant incompetence? Mr. Frazier has volunteered hundreds of hours of personal time doing Fulton County's job. As a matter of fact, it's the law that Fulton do what Mr. Frazier has done. Why is Mr. Frazier being smeared by volunteering his personal time and effort by following the law? The persons talking garbage about this man are either ignorant of the laws and Fulton, partisan, or perhaps they have their own agenda in maintaining these registrations. If Fulton follows the laws and removes all these thousands of illegitimate registrations, just the 48,000 alone could save Fulton taxpayers more than $1.5 million. I'm asking, what are we doing here? We're talking about good people on both sides. This is an American thing.
15
Let's
seconds.
work all together to enforce corrections for fairness of all. Stop making this a nasty political circus. I support the placement of civically interested persons like Jason and Mike to the BRE. We need people like them who care and are competent. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Medley. I'm a resident of Fulton County. I'm here simply to admonish each of you to uphold the law and appoint the two people submitted by the chair of the Georgia GOP to the positions of the election board. Thank you very much.
Candy Muldowney, Fulton County resident. I am here today in support of Jason Frazier and Mike Hekin for the board positions on the BRE. There seems to be some criticism regarding Mr. Frazier's registration challenges. He is only trying to help as a concerned citizen who has spent countless hours of his time researching Fulton County voter rolls. He has found thousands of inaccuracies. It is supposed to be the election department's responsibility to do this work. If they were doing their job, then why have so many mistakes been found? How can no one in the department notice a person's name as no name, or a street address as missing address street? Sounds like reckless clerical errors. Why haven't these been found and corrected? Why does it take a concerned citizen to do the job of the registrar department? Doesn't seem like the Jarvis system or ERIC are working. Maybe that should be the focus instead of the attacks on Mr. Frazier's work. I think both candidates will be a great asset to the board because they have integrity and will follow the law and care deeply about our sacred right to vote. Thanks.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Orion Roy, Kelvin Muldowney, Henry Fellows, Sarah Pedro, and Anita Lane.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Anna Dennis. I am a resident of Fulton County, born and raised over 30 years. I am also the executive director of Common Cause Georgia, which is a state local-based organization that favors transparency, efficacy in elections and administration across the state. I'm here to talk more about what's happening here in Georgia when it comes to elections, and particularly in Fulton County, and why we value transparency. People who have been appointed or wants to be appointed to this board have been deemed election deniers. They have created distractions. They have bottlenecked our county's elections. Leading toward 2024, our county is going to have more scrutiny. Literally, the world is watching our county and watching our state. We definitely implore the board and we implore the county commission to really think about what these appointments means to the integrity of our elections and also the value of how citizens feel about what happens in our elections in Fulton County and what happens in our elections across the state. Because down goes Fulton, down goes the state of Georgia. So I definitely want you all to think clearly and have more discretion around what is called an election denier and how we position ourselves in our country and in the state and how we value what happens at Fulton County elections. As a person who is very passionate about elections, it's been my life's work. I know I may look young, I'm not, but it's been my life's work. I enjoy elections. I enjoy watching elections, getting to the interworkings of it, and I have faith and confidence in our Board of Elections and their
15
ability
seconds.
to do their jobs. So I would like you all to do your jobs and really look at these election deniers and think clearly about what happens next for Fulton County. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Orion Roy. I'm an Alpharetta resident. I've lived in Alpharetta, Milton for about 10 years now. I just come here to voice my support for the Republican nominees for the Board of Registrations and Elections and tell you about representation. So I graduated from Cambridge High School back in 2018. I wasn't allowed to be in the Republican Club at my high school because I was an actor. I wanted to be an actor. And then after the teacher who was the head of that club left, there is no Republican representation at that high school, leading to just an adverse effect on the students there not being able to voice their concerns about what they have going on in the school. That is why I work so hard to make sure that Republicans are represented and engaged in my community. I have gotten 50 people to become precinct chairs in the Republican Party in the state of Georgia, and I will continue to do so. Not only that, but as a Catholic, it is my mission to have as many children as possible. So in 3 generations, you can laugh, that's okay. People call me crazy for it, and that's fine. I will have 1,000 Republicans in 3 generations. That is my goal, because I am working to make sure every single election will have a Republican in office. So thank you very much.
A very fertile dude. Kevin Muldowney, Fulton County resident. Jason Frazier is a trained engineer. He possesses an uncanny understanding of systems and processes. He was able to identify thousands of inaccurate voter registrations. The BRE has agreed with his finding and has begun the process of removing close to 100% of these illegal registrations. This has exposed a real problem with Fulton's voter rolls. So much so that the Fulton BRE hired a third party to examine those voter rolls. This third party found another 48,000 illegal voter registrations. The BRE has since started the process of removing these additional illegitimate registrations that they found. I've made a copy of the Elections Department voter list maintenance update has been distributed. There have been wild claims that Mr. Frazier, being an election denier, a threat to democracy, all the standard talking points that pry on emotion, completely void of facts. The facts of the matter is that between Jason's work and the resulting work that the BRE was then embarrassed into performing, has exposed the reality that close to 10% of our voter rolls were illegitimate. These illegal registrations, once removed, will result in real savings to the county of hundreds, thousands, if not millions of taxpayer dollars. It would be unprecedented for this body to turn down Jason's nomination, and I believe illegal. As was mentioned, Municipal Code 1433 reads, 2 members shall be appointed by the governing authority for nominations of each party. It is so worded
15
as to
seconds.
not allow a partisan option. His work as a citizen has only protected the sanctity of our voter rolls and has pushed the department into fulfilling their legal responsibility to clean up these rolls. He has been doing the job already and is exceptionally deserving of this appointment. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Pitts and other commissioners, my name is Henry Fellows. I'm a resident and property owner in Fulton County. I'm here on a different subject, the subject of the Fulton County Board of Tax Assessors to support the nomination of Lee Morris to be made a member of that board. He's well qualified for the position. He does commercial real estate development work. He's very familiar with commercial real estate valuations, and he can add a great deal to the board. I'd like to share something with you. I'm here in 3 capacities. 1 as a homeowner, 2 as a grandparent. I've got 3 grandchildren at one of our APS schools, Morris Brandon School, and my daughter-in-law teaches there. My daughter also has been a teacher at the Spark School. I'm also here on a pro bono basis on behalf of low-income individuals who own residential property in Atlanta and who are struggling to pay their ad valorem taxes. Folks, we have a massive imbalance in valuations of commercial real estate in Fulton County and residential properties, particularly the so-called trophy properties in Buckhead and Midtown, which have gotten enormous tax breaks to develop properties that they would develop anyway. And so what's happened is these developers have gotten away in not paying their fair share of real estate taxes.
15 seconds.
All of us as residential owners are subsidizing them. Let's put a stop to it. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Pedro. I'm a Fulton County resident. First, I have to say that the proclamation for Mr. Art Jeter this morning was one of the best I've seen. Such a deserving and inspiring community hero. Thank you for recognizing him and his dedicated service to making Georgia a better place to live. He has indeed. He saw a problem and he didn't wait for someone else to fix it. It's a good parlay into why I'm here. I'm here today to voice my support for Jason Frazier, who saw a problem and didn't wait for someone else to address it. This is not partisan or political. It is simply support for the diligence and competence that I have personally witnessed in Mr. Frazier. To my knowledge, he has not been working for either party prior to his involvement in the voter roll cleanup effort. He is just a concerned citizen with strong data analysis experience who has selflessly donated his expertise to our state at no cost. To us. The Republicans were the only side to give him a platform to voice his concerns. So Democrats, if you're mad about that, that's on you. If anything, we should be grateful for such a dedicated citizen who has spent his own time and resources cleaning up what has become an unrighteous mess over time. Clean voter rolls benefit both parties. And if you don't think so, then I question your integrity as a voter. When you purchase an airline ticket, your name has to exactly match the name on your license or they may not allow you on the plane. Is flying on a plane more sacred a right than voting? When I registered to vote, I validated all information I entered and went back and checked my information in the system prior to voting. Why wouldn't everyone do this? The hit piece in the AJC highlighted the 2 to 3 voter challenges that were clerical and neglected to mention the thousands of challenges related to UPS store registrations illegal, multiple registrations to an empty lot also illegal, registrations with no name, along with other litany of other issues, very deceitful of the AJC journalists. We as Georgia citizens just want clean voter rolls and 1 vote per vote.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Stephanie Miller, Maria Guardo, Paul Hershey, Britt Cromie, and Jamie Tucker.
Hi, my name is Anita Lane, and I wanted to use my 2 minutes to bless you and thank you. I am just shocked and have been participating, watching for several months, and you guys have been through a lot. I've heard some pretty nasty comments, and I just want to let you know that you're great people. We appreciate you. I live in Fulton County. Commissioner Arrington, you and your father were a guest of the Pittsburgh reunion that I hosted where 800 people came, and we gave 1,500 backpacks to kids in need in our community. And you did not know I was a Christian. You did not know I was Republican. We had a great time, and you loved the food that we had on that event. Ms. Hall, you and I are good friends, and you love every post I have on Facebook. You are a Christian and a lovely person. Ms. Bridget, you are just adorable. I've heard you speak in many occasions, and I just want to say life and not death. I've heard some horrible, horrible things spoken about you guys, and you are public servants, kind of like Jesus and kind of like me. When I first started coming here, I would walk in and there would be different groups that would offer me a little hit job paper to say something wicked about you or one of the rules that are going on. And I just feel that's very indecent. But I wanted to say this. Jesus wouldn't have died if Pontius Pilate wasn't pressured by wicked people to persuade you or intimidate you. And I just pray that you stand on your faith, you continue to do good, and just like the BRE has simple rules, just follow the rules because these guys
15
are
seconds.
very healthy, very kind, and they're going to do Fulton County well. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your week.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Miller. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I'm here to support Mike Hekin and Jason Frazier for the Board of Registration and Elections. I just want to make sure I'm another very simple person, and I see what's going on. I just want to have Democrats and Republicans and fair elections. And I'm on the group that nominated these people, and I just want you to take our nomination and just as our elected officials, I want you to represent us and vote yes because we nominated them. Thank you so much.
Maria Gaudio, Fulton County resident. I have a special affinity for those with finance and MBA degrees, and so I love numbers, and we have Mike with an MBA degree also from Wharton School, and Jason with a finance degree. Also, both of them are uniquely qualified for this position, and as the law says, they shall be nominated and put forward. So I hope that that all goes. I don't think that we need to have this many people, but there was something that went out on the wire on the other side, and so we are responding. If it costs $37 per elector for the last 4 elections, and Jason has found 25,000 illegal registrations, you know, he was just the catalyst. There were many other people who have jumped on and said, what, let me see this, and they found more also, for a total of about 35,000 illegal registrations. Then the last few months, your agency has found another 48,000. So that's a total of 83,000. When you multiply that by $37 per illegal voter, that's a total of $3.071 million that were wasted. I don't think we need Jason Frazier now. We needed him before. That's money that could have been saved. You know, we lost 2 hospitals, and if the Buggy Works needs 1.3 to 1.6 million, that money saved on getting rid of these illegal registrations could put probably 2 places
15
in
seconds,
South
ma'am.
Fulton that are like the Buggy Works. Could we have saved maybe the 2 hospitals with that money, or maybe 1? Good question.
My name is Paul Hershey. I'm in Milton. The question I've got is this. I'm appalled that we're here today discussing what we're discussing. I've been sitting back, and I had something that I was going to say. Now I'm going to say it more bluntly. I just heard that there was 2 members of this board that were trying to vent these 2 individuals. That's a violation of your oath. And I want the county attorney to look into that as an ethics violation. I've got 1 member of the board that's an attorney, a member of the clerk, a member of the court. He's in violation of his oath. 57 years ago, I took a vote to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That oath dies with me. It doesn't just take the time that I spent the 28 years in the Marine Corps. 2 members of this board abstained for a vote because they were not given the opportunity to vent what was going on. And I commend those 2 individuals, and they know who they are. This board is not being controlled by the parliamentarian. You have violated your ethics violations, and you should be resigned. Right now, the county attorney should be investigating whoever's trying to vent them. The member of the board that is an attorney that has violated his oath as a member of the court. This is appalling. You've got a statute. It says shall. What are we doing here? Get off and do your job. That's what you need to do. And every one of you should look at your own. If you're not ability to look at this across, then resign. Get out of the business, because you are not representing the members of Fulton County. You're representing yourself and your party. Get away from it.
Brett Cromie, Fulton County resident. The current Fulton voting system is not held in high regard. You've heard this from both the right and the left. Some believe it is the laughingstock of the nation. Fulton elections and our reputation should not be a partisan issue. Your jobs on the commission are to support all residents of the county and to act professionally. Currently, you are a national embarrassment. Simply supporting the appointment of the Republican Party Board of Elections members will help your reputation, and they will still be in the minority. In particular, Jason Frazier is an excellent choice for the board. He's a reformer, not a partisan. It's sad that only one party would want someone to fix the currently broken system. The radical left that has attacked Jason's appointment are conspiracy theorists. They apparently believe in ghosts. They are also fact deniers. Once Jason starts working for the board, I'm sure that the chair of the Board of Elections, who all the Democrat activists supported and loved, she will be excited by this pick, as it will raise the reputation and decrease the costs of elections in Fulton County. He will be an asset to Patrice, and he will make the system more efficient and will even increase the reputation of the Fulton Board of Commissioners, which in and of itself is quite an accomplishment, considering the behavior shown through many of these public meetings. Do your job and support the appointment of the 2 honorable men chosen by the Fulton County Republican Party for the Board of Elections.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Stephanie Ali, Earl Ferguson, Mark Stansel, Catherine McDonald, and Jane Zoliak.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here Jamie Tucker, Fulton County. I'm here to support Georgia law and Fulton County Ordinance Section 14-33 to appoint Mike Hekin and Jason Frazier. Mr. Frazier has taken time to analyze voter roll data and provide recommendations based on fact, not partisanship. I personally know this because a friend of mine who typically votes Republican received a letter challenging her voter roll address. The challenge was appropriate. Her address on the voter roll did not belong to a real residence. It was a typo in the voter roll, which was never checked or verified. Some of Mr. Frazier's challenges were based on the same issue, as you've heard mentioned. The address was not a real residence. The voter's name was no name, no name. The voter had died. There were many reasons for challenges, but all were based on facts and real data. My friend, a Republican, without Mr. Frazier's challenge, would possibly not have been able to receive an absentee ballot or been able to vote because the name would have been inactive on the voter roll. After my friend's address information was challenged, this person was able to get it corrected and therefore prevent future issues with her ability to vote. Anyone, Democrat, Republican, whoever, if you are facing a challenge, you have a right to bring it to the board, and you should. If you are a real person, you
15
should.
seconds.
The point of having someone like Mr. Frazier focus on accurate data is to make sure no one is disenfranchised. So let's stop bullying and labeling people as Karens, having white privilege.
Good morning, Commissioners, and assalamu alaikum. My name is Stephanie Ali. I am the Policy Director for New Georgia Project Action Fund. We are a statewide organization who's registered hundreds of thousands of people across the state, and last year alone knocked almost 4 million doors to turn out people to vote. Right now we have a board monitoring program that monitors boards in 110 of our counties in Georgia. And I'm here today to oppose the appointment of Jason Frazier onto the Board of Elections in Fulton County. Don't take this lightly. It's not about the fact that he's a Republican or whatever that might be. Every party and every person in this county deserves representation on this board, but this is about the work that he does. This is about the job that he would be taking on. Part of the work of the Fulton County Board is around building the trust for voters, ensuring that voters feel like the county is doing the work, that they have an accurate and equal access to the ballot. And Mr. Frazier is doing the opposite. We've heard differing numbers about how many people has he challenged, and why is that? Because he brags about challenging 20,000 or more people when numbers have shown that he's actually challenged 9,000. Why does he want it to be more? Because he wants to make it look like Fulton is worse at their job. He wants to make it look like Fulton is worse. This is an intentional way to break down people's trust in voting. Many, many people have said, hey, he's pointing out things that Fulton already said themselves. Okay, Fulton is doing the work. He's adding to that work by making them do extra investigations, making them spend extra time and money. Finally, I want to just say that
15
Fulton
seconds.
is better than having someone like this on their board. Fulton is better and would need someone better in this time. Thank you.
Earl Ferguson, I am a Fulton County resident, and I'm representing AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. One of our concerns, major concerns, is voter integrity. And when the article showed up in the Atlanta Journal, we thought there might be a concern that would deserve some attention to make sure that the law was followed. I don't have much to say about it, about what has been said before, except a suggestion that the skills that Jason Frazier has might be helpful with the staff down there at the center. That's it. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, Fulton County Board of Commissioners. I'm here, like a lot of these folks, to support the nomination of Jason Frazier and Mike Hekin for the BRE. This is my first Board of Commissioners meeting I've ever attended. It's the first time I've ever spoken, obviously. So I just want to say I appreciate you listening to us and considering these two gentlemen that might not be your cup of tea. And it's hard sometimes to listen to folks that we disagree with and try to find some connection, some kind of something that we can agree on. So I want to say I appreciate your consideration and listening to us. I'm a CEO of a company, and the way that I sort of hire and fire people is I consider, what kind of job is this person doing? So the reason I wanted to put in, a vote yes for these two gentlemen is because I feel like it's like the story at the telegraph office where they were going to hire new people, and there were 20 people sitting in there to apply for the job, and they could hear the Morse code, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And one of the job applicants jumped out of his seat and went right into the office because the Morse code that was coming over said, if you want the job, come into the office right now. And only one of those people was listening. Only one of those people was doing the work, even though it wasn't his job to do the work yet. So that's why I just wanted to say, consider these gentlemen, and I appreciate your time today. And God bless you.
Good morning. My name is Catherine McDonald. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Fulton County, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. The integrity of our voter rolls is a basic minimum responsibility of an election board and absolutely essential to a large, nationally prominent county as Fulton County is. Nothing you don't all know. If Fulton County is ever to fully regain a reputation of competence and vote integrity, it must have a balance of board members. There is no credible reason these two appointees, Jason Frazier and Mike Hekin, should not be approved to join the Fulton BRE. Every member of the Fulton BRE must be committed to ensuring that Fulton's voter rolls only contain eligible Fulton residents who permanently reside in a home in Fulton, if in fact each voter has fulfilled all legal requirements and registered properly as well. I am confident that Mr. Frazier and Mr. Hekin will provide necessary oversight and assurance in this essential effort. Speaking as someone who's also done a lot of research and investigation into questionable voters in Fulton, I discovered myself in the last 2 years people who had moved out of Fulton to other counties and shouldn't have voted here, people who have sold their properties in Fulton and moved to other states and should no longer have voted, people who very likely registered in Fulton and voted in 2020, but never lived here and then magically moved back to other states and voted there. I implore you to look at a candidate who has already done this work in Jason Frazier and in Mike Hekin in his experience as well.
15 seconds.
And appoint them to this board. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Gail Lee, Jennifer Kimball, Julianne Benet, Paul Bolster, and Kim Brooks.
Hi, I'm Jane Zellick, Fulton County resident, and I want to thank the board again for selecting a strong and qualified candidate to be the next Board of Registration and Election Chair for Fulton County. I believe that the Board of Registration and Election members play a critical role in our democracy. It's essential to free and fair functional elections for Fulton County to have members of the Board of Registration and Elections who embrace their responsibility for ensuring all Fulton County voters have access to the ballot, who put the voters over their respective political parties, and who will advocate for proactive solutions that meet the needs of the voters, who will support Board of Registration and Election staff, celebrate their progress, and champion their needs. Please ask yourself how the nominated board members will support the progress that Fulton County Registration and Election staff have diligently made over the last 2 years. How will they affect morale and the smooth functioning of the department? How will they affect voter registration and the execution of elections? Please support the nomination of Mike Hekin, Teresa Smith, and Aaron Johnson, or any other candidate who has a strong record of support for enhancing voter access and rights. Please vote no on anyone who's unable or unwilling to support voting rights over political affiliation. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Gail Lee of Atlanta. My comment is simple. In any legal proceeding, one side or the public doesn't get to choose who represents the other side. And in any sport, one team doesn't get to choose who's on the other team. Jason Frazier and Michael Hekin have been chosen by Fulton County Republican Party to represent them. So unless Jason and Michael don't meet the legal qualifications for the position, justice and fairness demands they be appointed to the election board. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Jennifer Kimball. I'm speaking to you today on the behalf of Essential Theater, and in what I hope will be a refreshing change of subject for just a couple of minutes, I would like to thank you individually and as a whole for your longstanding commitment to the arts in Fulton County, and specifically for your support of our theater company. Essential Theater is the longest-running theater company exclusively dedicated to Georgia playwrights, and since our inception, we have been fortunate to call Fulton County our producing home. Fulton County has been a steadfast supporter of our work for pretty much all of our existence, and in fact, the first grant we ever received was from Fulton County almost 20 years ago. We are deeply thankful for the support of the Fulton County Arts Council and yourselves. In particular, we would like to lift up Commissioner Natalie Hall, who on multiple occasions has recruited local artists, including ourselves, to engage her constituents on topics ranging from health and wellness to local and regional history. David Manuel, who joined Fulton County as Director of the Department of Culture during the pandemic in 2021 and has been an active, engaged, and resourceful addition to your team from that time on. And finally, with the sale last month of the West End Performing Arts Center, I cannot say a proper thank you today without specifically lifting up the tireless and committed work of the director, Mary Cannon, as well as Michi Miko, Alexis Whitehead, and the others we've met there in the 9 years that we have called the West End Performing Arts Center our home. Since 2014, this partnership has brought arts programming to over 10,000 Fulton County residents and visitors. The Essential Theater artists, staff, and board, thank you for your support. Your commitment and prioritization of the arts in your community has created a unique oasis in Georgia's cultural landscape for which you deserve praise and thanks. Thank you.
Julian Benny, former Invest Atlanta board. Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Rahman, thank you for nominating Lee Morris to the Board of Assessors. His expertise and leadership will be a great asset, and I hope the Commission will appoint him. Commissioners, you have a tax haven operating here in Fulton County, which allows profitable trophy towers and high-rolling tenants to pay half what they should in property tax, or less. 725 Ponce, a $300 million office for BlackRock and McKinsey, paid just $4,000 the last 2 years, less than your residents pay on a modest home. It's simple to see that assessors grossly underappraise high-value commercial, compare sales price to appraisal. In 2021, 44 Atlanta high-value properties sold. Aggregate sales value was $3.8 billion. Appraised value was $2 billion, 53% of market. 2022 sales, same. Rest of Fulton County, same. Glitzy towers are underpaying by hundreds of millions a year at the expense of schools, cities, and county, your residents. I'll happily meet with you to go over these numbers. City of Atlanta leaders get this now. You all need to get it too. You're now mulling a new sales tax or raising residents' property tax. But most of you known trophy buildings are under tax since the AJC and Channel 2 ran stories in 2018. You claimed that you needed state law changes. You don't. You need a couple of appraisers expert in this trophy segment using sales comps and construction costs to nail appraisals to market value, and an expert attorney to win appeals. Time to fix this. Please tell your Board of Assessors no more tax haven for profitable commercial towers. Fix the massive hole in local revenues
15 seconds.
So that Atlanta and the county can become more equitable communities. Thank you, Commissioners.
Members of the Commission, I thank you for staying here all this time and listening to us. My name is Paul Bolster. I live in for 50 years, I've lived in a gentrified neighborhood of Wormwood Park in the city of Atlanta. I used to be a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, so I studied this issue for a long time. The issue here is, and I'm trying to support Julian, the issue here is that the state constitution says that all the property in this county needs to be assessed equally. And you know, and I know, that's not true. You look at the data, you look at the studies. And commercial property, especially the high-rise properties that we've built in the last few years, they are not taxed at the same way residential property is. So kind of who's hurt by this? The big hurt is those who are residential owners. And I'm hoping that maybe this crowd here will get behind this issue, because it's likely that their taxes are higher on their house because the commercial property is not properly assessed in this county. Who else is hurt? Well, the children of this county are hurt. The City of Atlanta children, the Fulton County children, because the tax base is not there to support the expansion of their educational needs. The children are really the biggest harm comes from the lack of funding for our public education systems. If you think about it, fire and police are hurt too, because these big buildings take more energy, and people who are low income, who need a different opportunity to have affordable housing, the local governments don't have the resource to do that. So what can you do about it? The first thing is you could do another study. You did one 3 or 4 years ago that proves all these facts. You could do that again. The second thing is you go to the legislature and try to get resources, which we tried to do a couple of years ago. And the final thing is you could give them more money so that they can fight the assessment.
Last 5 speakers here in Assembly Hall: Ben Eskew, Lee Eskew, David Otten, Kristen Neighbors, and Vic Tripp.
My name is Kim Brooks, and I'm Jason Frazier's peer. I also work on voter roll cleanup in the state of Georgia. I also work on fraud in voter rolls in the state of Georgia. If you don't put Jason on the board, he's still going to go 21-2-229, an unlimited number of challenges in Fulton County. So you're not getting rid of him one way or the other. We work for free, full-time, and I'm here to say that 20,000 is an amazing amount of numbers, but it's only because there's so many problems in the Fulton County roll. I've looked at your rolls. I don't think some of these people have passed 3rd grade that's doing data entry in the Fulton County rolls. It's abysmal. You have a low bar. But I'm here to tell you about the fraud. You better buckle up. We have fraud from 2019 all the way through current Jarvis cutover. You've got new street names, canceled voter street name. You're taking those canceled voters that the duplicates were merged and you're reinstating them as active voters in another county in Georgia. We are on it. So you better buckle up. I'm telling you right now. Jason Frazier deserves to be on that board. He's worked full-time tirelessly. He's a smart man. He's dedicated to the mission. If some of you don't follow your oath and somehow he doesn't get on the board, I'm laughing back there because he's just going to keep challenging. We are not stopping. God bless America.
Hello. Timer hasn't reset. Hello, my name is Ben Eskew. I have worked extensively on a precinct analysis here in Fulton County, across the state of Georgia, and across our country. I've seen extreme abnormalities in the 2020 election, the 2022 primary, and the 2022 primary. People here are accusing Mr. Frazier of being an election denier. From my analysis, there were problems with several of our past elections. I'm a concerned citizen about the handling of our elections. One key element of clean elections is our voter rolls. They must be cleaned up. I'm here to support Mr. Frazier because he is working very hard to clean up the voter rolls in Fulton County. Everyone knows Fulton County has problems with their voter rolls and how they handle elections. Why are people trying to stop Mr. Frazier from being on the Board of Elections? To clean voter rolls should be a nonpartisan issue. Everyone here should be very happy a person on the Board of Elections has served this country for free in cleaning up our voter rolls. Please approve Mr. Frazier to the Board of Elections. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Ann Eskew. Thank you for letting me speak to you today. I'm here to support the Board of Election nominees today. Clean voter rolls are the foundation of a clean election. duplicate registrants are defined as two separate registration IDs for the same person. Literally, the same person has the same name, same address, same birth year, but two different registration IDs. These duplicates have nothing to do with party, race, or demographics. Every month, there are more and more duplicate registrants on the voter rolls. Jason Frazier has worked tirelessly, for free, to clean up Fulton County's voter rolls. He has single-handedly challenged 20,000 duplicate registration IDs. That is 10,000 registration IDs that do not belong on the voter rolls. This is not a suppression of a vote, but an elimination of a second ID for a lawful Fulton County voter. Mr. Frazier has also found that this duplicate registrant issue leads to double voting in our elections. When someone double votes, it waters down the valid vote for the rest of us. Jason is a patriot, and his service to our country should be commended. He will be an extremely qualified addition to the Fulton County Board of Elections. Please vote to put Jason Frazier on the Board of Elections.
My name is David Uten, and I'm from Gwinnett County, and I'm sure that you all here are proud of Fulton County. And in 2020, in the 2020 election, I sat down, as many of you I'm sure did, to watch the election happen. And what happened in Fulton County at 10 o'clock in the evening was they shut down. And the truth of the matter is that 61% of the votes cast in Fulton County were cast in early balloting on machines. Another 10% were cast on election day. 85,191 were absentee ballots counted before 7 o'clock that evening. So we should have had 87% of the vote ready to announce by 8 o'clock. By 9 o'clock, it was only 27% of the vote recorded, announced on the nightly news, and they shut down, or supposedly shut down, and then you see signs of them kept going, and a lot of votes came in the middle of the night. But I support Jason because I believe he's the kind of person that will help see that Fulton County is a county all of Georgia can be proud of. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kristen Neighbors. I'm the State Director for All Voting is Local Action. We are a nonpartisan organization that advocates for policies that will improve voter access and aid counties in running smooth elections. I know we've heard a lot today about the nomination of Jason Frazier to the BRE. I wanted to highlight just a few of the people he challenged in his most recent challenge hearing. There was a cancer patient who was a homebound cancer patient, but still attended the hearing to make sure he didn't lose his right to vote. This man's address is 508 Church Street. There's some sort of system error that shows his address is 505. He had actually already filled out paperwork to fix the typo in the last election, but the system still said 505. The list Mr. Frazier was using said 505. The voter was challenged as having an invalid address and had to come defend his right to vote. There was another woman whose address had been changed from Confederate Court to Trestletree Court. Confederate still appears on her voting roll, which is not the fault of the voter. Mr. Frazier said she had an invalid address and she had to show up to the meeting with 2 kids in tow to defend herself and make sure she wasn't removed from the rolls. And finally, he also challenged a sitting member of the Fulton BRE. Dr. Kathleen Ruth's entire family was challenged on the basis of being registered at a business address despite the fact that they live in a townhouse. Dr. Ruth told the AJC she thought the challenge was probably because her voter registration did not include the word Northeast. These are just 3 examples of the more than 9,000 voters Mr. Frazier has challenged since the beginning of last year. They are not the exception, they are the rule. Mr. Frazier claims he wants a clean voter roll, ignoring the fact that Georgia already has an NVRA-compliant procedures in place for keeping the voter roll up to date. He claims he wants to prevent people from double voting, but that's based on a lie that assumes
15
rampant
seconds.
fraud in the system. Many speakers have spoken about how Mr. Frazier donates his time, ignoring the fact that his challenges create a huge amount of work for the Fulton election office. The staff have to do research, send letters, hold the hearing, send a follow-up letter. He's wasted a huge amount of time and tax.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on up, sir. That's number 50, last one. Yeah.
Good morning, Fulton Commissioners. My name is Vic Tripp, and I live in Tucker. And I have heard a lot of words recently about against the confirmation of Jason Frazier, but no good arguments. What I hear is that he has challenged 25,000 voters and that he works to suppress votes. The facts are just the opposite. He has not challenged voters. He has challenged 25,000 invalid, erroneous, and fraudulent entries in the voter rolls. Maybe I should say -3. They are the entries for dead and bogus and duplicate or triplicate names, and they do not represent real voters. Here's why he has done the opposite of suppressing or disenfranchising voters. Every fraudulent or phantom vote that is counted cancels the vote of one of the real voters. It suppresses the legal vote and disenfranchises that voter. Frazier's work helped to restore the rightful votes of 25,000 -3 legal voters who will no longer be suppressed by phantoms and frauds. And you can't tell me that the phantom votes are never counted. So much data has surfaced in the last 2 years that nobody believes that anymore. But even if those who say the phantom votes never get counted were right, then there's no possible harm in removing them from the rolls. It's hard to stuff a ballot box without first stuffing the voter rolls. Mr. Frazier is a hero for helping his country discharge its responsibility of maintaining this county.
15 seconds.
Maintaining accurate voter rolls, and for making it harder to cheat, but not a bit harder to vote. Election integrity is not a partisan issue. Please do the right thing and not the partisan thing.
Thank you. So that completes the 50, and how many we have on? We got 4 more minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 speakers on Zoom and
All right, let's
6
take, we got 4
emailed
minutes.
in
All right,
comments.
let's go quickly.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, Commissioners. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. To the citizens of Fulton County, in addition to tuning in to these meetings of the County Commission, I invite you to tune in to 2 other public meetings that affect our daily lives. You can follow millions of dollars being shuffled about at meetings of the Development Authority of Fulton County. You can follow discussions about housing conditions in Fulton County and about that FBI investigation by tuning into meetings of the Fulton County Housing Authority if you can find their meeting notifications, which, by the way, are required by state law. You may ask Fulton County Information to put you in touch with these 2 entities. The county information number is 404-612-4000. That's 404-612-4000. For senior citizens, you can follow events at the 4 senior multi-purpose facilities, like the upcoming Men's Health event on Friday, June 16th at the Bowden facility by calling the Fulton County Star Line at 404-613-6000, 404-613-6000. Thanks.
The next person to speak is Adrian Coleman.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for your service and allowing the extension of public comment this morning. I am calling, I saw a notice that you will be considering an extension of the mental health provider at Fulton County Jail. There's a couple of things to this. While you consider that, I am deeply concerned at NAFTA's report last year about the conditions in the jail. So to my way of thinking, where they found that men were wasting away, that the Fulton County Jail was not doing the medical providers' recommendations, where inmates were not allowed to do their daily activities, that they were not being given their medications on a timely basis, the physical conditions of the jail. As you know, LaShawn Thompson was an extreme case, but there have been several instances of inmates being harmed or who have unfortunately died in Fulton County Jail that are suspect and require a review and feedback. As you consider today whether to extend that, the medical providers are not there daily to make sure that their recommendations are being put in place. I'm surprised and disappointed that Fulton County Commissioners have not taken upon yourself to have an independent review and recommendation on how to ensure the health and well-being of inmates in Fulton County. It is deeply concerning to the residents, and I hope that you will make it a priority. Thank you for your time this morning.
All right, how many emails?
And this concludes the Zoom comments.
6 emails. Can you summarize those emails quickly, please?
Yes, sir. The first comment is from Angeline Payne. I support Jason Frazier and Mike Hekin for the BRE. We need bipartisan members in our BRE because we need checks and
All right,
balances.
go to the next one. We got it. Next one. What are the next? What's the next one?
Yes, sir. The next comment is from Mike Corbin. I have been chair of the Northwest Community Alliance for nearly 2 decades. I have been involved in numerous issues as chair and from working to keep the airport out of the state's hands. To me, one of the obstacles of leveling the playing field is the disgrace of wealthy Atlanta corporations and companies. There is no excuse for this travesty to keep continuing. In the last year, I have written to key Atlanta council members to make sure investors don't take advantage of senior homes' incomes. Personally, I'm tired of having to contest my property's increases. And lastly, I am an avid Democrat, and that's putting it mildly. I have full faith in Lee Morris as a Republican to be head of the BRE. This is Government 101 and needs to be handled ASAP. And that concludes the email comments.
Anything else? All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, county manager's items under open and responsible government. 230372, Finance, Review and Approval of June 7th, 2023 Budget Soundings.
Mr. Manager, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a few items on the soundings document. A couple of adjustments to the annual hardware software maintenance support list that required no additional funding. That's for spending authority only. And then an item from the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management, funding to establish a building maintenance manager position that will be assigned 100% to support the jail maintenance.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the first one concerning the library and public works. On the library portion, it says that the requested change is a result of the increase in usage of the product, which resulted in an astronomical increase in the price of the service. Which branches did we experience this increase in? Where are they located?
Commissioner, we can try to get the information for you. We do not have that right now.
You don't know where the increases were experienced?
No, we don't. I mean, we can get it for you. We'll reach out to the library.
So how did you know there was an increase in the library?
Commissioner Hall, it's software, so I'm not sure that we can track it back to a specific branch. We can certainly get the library to provide the utilization details. But unfortunately, I don't have that information with me today, but we can provide the board with that.
Okay, so this is software that they don't log into it, they just access it freely with,
Commissioner Hall, the board approved a substantial investment in electronic and virtual resources for the library, and that has contributed to this use. So we can track by program what the investment has yielded as far as increased use. It may not be by branch, it will be by product type. So for example, we've seen a substantial increase in the Paper Co., which is a tutoring company for constituents and so forth. So we can break that down by investment and by product.
okay, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
is it possible that we could revisit the agenda? We have one of the South Fulton council members here to talk about the item or answer any questions about the tax commissioner items. I was wondering if we could move that up and hear it next.
Which item?
365.
On
It was the
consent.
one that was pulled from.
All right,
the consent agenda.
that's on the consent agenda?
Yeah, it was pulled from the
Okay.
consent agenda.
On page
Wait
4.
just a minute. Any objections? All right.
On page 4, 230365, request approval of an agreement between Fulton County, the tax commissioner, and the city of South Fulton for the billing and collection of solid waste fees.
Okay, that's the one I asked to be pulled. So the question I have there is why are we seem to be treating, well, let me, a little bit of background here. This involves a tax commissioner who is compensated, and we seem to be treating this one different from the others. And that's my question as to why.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I believe he declined to receive any additional compensation and is providing that compensation to his staff or his senior staff instead of going directly to him.
I hear the words, Commissioner, but it seems to me that it's different from the way we've done this with the others.
I think it mirrors either the Sandy Springs or one of the other ones. It's supposed to mirror the language from one of the other contracts that we did for Sandy Springs or one of the other cities.
That's not how I read it. I may be incorrect. If I'm incorrect, I'll admit that.
I think on the other ones, he took the additional compensation himself, and I think this time, instead of doing that, he is spreading it around to his employees, or senior staff at least.
Have you looked at that, Madam County Attorney, in terms of the consistency or lack thereof?
We have, Chairman Pitts, our office has worked closely with the Office of the Tax Commissioner in developing this language. It does deviate from previous.
It what? Repeat that?
It does deviate from previous agreements in that, in the past, I believe it was typical for the Tax Commissioner to take his compensation as provided for in the statute. And in this particular agreement, the Tax Commissioner and the City of South Fulton have agreed that the compensation that would have gone to the Tax Commissioner under the terms of the statute, that he desires that to be given to the county to then pass through and be given to members of his management staff.
So is that going to be true for, in the future for others, the other cities, or?
I don't know how many cities still remain who might come forward and request this kind of service, but I would imagine each agreement would be case by case, depending on what the involved parties would desire to happen.
Would we have the authority to direct that any compensation that he receives go to his employees versus to him personally?
As a practical matter, I believe we will have to comply with our personnel policies and procedures in any kind of compensation that flows through to the employees of a department, and as a constitutional officer, Dr. Ferdinand's employees are also employees of Fulton County under the Civil Service Act. So long as we comply with those policies and procedures, I don't know of anything that prohibits Dr. Ferdinand from foregoing compensation.
All right, therein lies the problem. Commissioner, strike that. Councilwoman Willis, would you like to be heard? But therein lies the problem from my perspective.
Thank you for recognizing me, and I want to thank all of you all for everything that you do for Fulton County. I'm just here to say that we voted on this as a council, city manager form of government unanimously. We have recently rolled out our new sanitation program as of June 1st. And so the tax commissioner already collects on our behalf of property taxes. He already has the systems in place. He's collecting for other cities. And we just would like the same opportunity for him to collect our sanitation fees on behalf of the city of South Fulton. It was put on record by our city manager, Ms. Sharon Subadon. We asked if there was any other recommended way for us to collect our sanitation fees, and she said, no, this is customary for the tax commissioner to collect fees on behalf of cities. He's doing it for several other cities in Fulton County, and she recommends that we go this route.
Is it time sensitive?
Yes, it's very time sensitive because the commissioner would like to send our sanitation bills out in July and give residents 60 days to pay, and he doesn't want to commingle the time that he has to send out property tax bills. So it's very time sensitive.
Yeah, I'm supportive of him doing what he's being requested to do, but the issue here, though, is additional compensation for his employees, which addresses a bigger issue. That's why I raised it. So
I think I think as a constitutional officer, he can either, as we know, constitutional officers have this power to get this extra compensation. And so in this case, he is declining to take it. I think historically he and others have taken hits for taking that money. And so I think he's doing the responsible thing and spreading it around. Now, if I had my druthers, I'd probably do it a different way, but I don't believe there's anything that conflicts with our employment laws for Fulton County for employees, and I don't believe there's anything that prevents him from declining to take it or passing it on to the rest of his staff. And I think it's going to his executive staff, which is his personal staff, which he has different, which he's able to do more for than just all employees.
all of that's correct. Commissioner Ellis?
So, I mean, I think the nature of these sort of leans to sort of a, I don't know, just for lack of a better term, sort of a farcical approach. But so heretofore, there was some period of time where these agreements didn't need to come before us, right? And state law changed and then said that we had to then approve these agreements, even though we weren't really parties to negotiating the agreements. Is that correct?
So,
Yeah, that's a question, right? So like 4 or 5 years ago, something like that, the law changed.
The law changed.
So prior to that, he was a constitutional officer. He could enter into an agreement with an individual city, and it could be whatever that as long as it was lawful, whatever that agreement was, right?
Right.
And then the law changed and it said that those agreements had to come before this board for approval.
The necessary parties to such an agreement changed with the change in the law that you're referring to.
Right.
Originally, the parties were the tax commissioner of a county and the municipality.
Right.
And now the necessary parties are the county and the municipality. The reason this agreement is is drafted with the tax commissioner's signature is because he is foregoing the compensation that is allowed under the statute, and therefore he became a party, but the statute does not necessitate his
allowed but
participation.
not required. Right. But we vote on it, but we really have no engagement in the negotiation of the agreement. That's where I get to the point where this is somewhat of a farcical thing. So you got two parties, the cities want to do it, they're okay with it. We don't like some particular provision of it, the compensation component of it. We get subject to approving it, and we don't like the compensation stuff and we deny it, then we potentially hose the cities or looking to try to do something. And we do approve it, that we potentially approve something that we're sort of philosophically against in terms of additional compensation to either the tax commissioner or the staff. And we may think that, hey, left to our own druthers, if we were to negotiate this, the funds would revert back and be part of the general fund or the budget of the tax commissioner as a whole. But we don't have the authority to change one of these provisions right now and then approve it.
I think you have the legal authority, but as a practical matter, because the operation of this contract is going to reside with the tax commissioner, that is why the negotiated terms and all of those discussions occurred between his office.
If I decide I'm going to offer an amendment to it and say that the compensation will just revert back to the tax commissioner's office as a whole, and not would be, none of that will be distributed as additional compensation to anyone. If I offer that modification and that somebody agrees with me and somehow that gets approved, then the tax commissioner could then turn around and reject it.
That is correct.
Okay, that's the farcical nature of this thing in terms of it ought to be set where how's it going to work in state law and not have us kind of come back and get stuck in between with something that. So I'm not going to be in support of it, because I philosophically disagree with this sort of component of it. I do think it needs to be fixed. I'm fully supportive of the cities wanting to, contract with the tax commissioner, but, I just want to go on record on that. I'm open to offering a friendly amendment to this agreement and then send it back to the tax commissioner to see if we support it. I mean, I'll put that on the table right now if somebody would.
So repeat what you maybe.
So that the agreement would be amended such that that compensation component would be struck, and that the funds would just, all funds that the city of South Fulton would be paying for this agreement would just, go into the tax commissioner's budget as a whole.
I mean, I think I can support that. My goal is to help City of South Fulton.
He would not agree to collect under those terms, and now South Fulton is caught up in between politics, and all we want to do is have our fees collected for sanitation.
He won't do what?
If you
would not agree to.
If you do what Commissioner Ellis is suggesting, which is to strike the provision to not allow the money to go to his employees and go to the general fund instead, he is,
You didn't say general fund. Huh? No, the tax commissioner's budget. Yeah, tax commissioner's budget, yeah.
And we've gone back and forth with this agreement for over a month now. So our attorney have worked with your attorney and his legal team, and we have finally come to an agreement that we all agree upon. And at the end of the day, City of South Fulton just want to collect sanitation fees so that we could have a efficient collection process. And it's very time sensitive because he has said that he does not want to get in a position where he's worrying about sanitation bills being sent out along with property tax bills being sent out. And we need our bills to go out in July.
I'm very sympathetic and want to help, but this constitutional officer mess is getting out of hand. This is another example of that. Commissioner Aaron, are you finished, Vice Chair?
Well, I just want to go on record in terms of, I am in support of the cities and what they want to do, and, but I don't agree with this particular thing. I've stated this before when we had, these agreements come back before us in the past, but just wanted to highlight sort of the farcical sort of nature that we get sort of stuck in with this, that, we almost really don't play a role, but we're asked to rubber stamp something, so.
Commissioner Arrington?
So, I don't necessarily agree with the idea of constitutional officers receiving extra compensation. I imagine that that there would likely be a lawsuit if we were to limit the additional compensation of one constitutional officer and not limit the additional compensation of the other constitutional officers. Certainly, if I was one of the constitutional officers and there was an attempt by this board to limit my additional compensation and not limit the additional compensation of others, it sounds like that would be ground for a suit. But frankly, because this board is a statutory creature and not a constitutional creature, this board does not have the authority to amend constitutional officers' compensation. We don't have that authority. They are the constitutional officers. And so despite the fact that I disagree with that additional compensation, it is provided for under Georgia law. And so I disagree with that law. That law probably should be changed. But that law allows for, as we learned earlier, clerk of superior court to receive additional compensation. It allows for the probate judge to receive additional compensation. And frankly, Commissioner Ellis, at least we're at the table. In those other examples, we're not even at the table. At least in this example, we are a third party at the table. And I hear your point about it being farcical, but I think it's even more farcical to do what you proposed because we don't have the authority. He's a constitutional officer, and like you stated, he's just gonna say he's not gonna do it. And so then we're gonna leave this one city out, and we're gonna let other cities allow him to collect for other cities, but not allow him to collect for the city of South Fulton? That's not fair. The law needs to be changed for constitutional officers. It's gonna be a long haul trying to get that law changed, because what happens is, here in Fulton County, we see these big numbers. Oh, this person's getting this much, this person's getting this money. But when you go to the other 158 counties around the state of Georgia, those constitutional officers rely. They rely on that extra compensation. And so, hey, I disagree with the idea of additional compensation. You know, and maybe this is probably a bad example, but it reminds me of slavery. Slavery was legal. It was legal, but it was unethical. It was immoral. It was improper. Well, this is legal. Doesn't mean it's right, but it's legal. It's allowed under the law. And we are allowing, and we have voted to allow other cities to do it. And the complaint has always been, the pushback has always been the extra compensation going to the constitutional officer. And so in an attempt to get away from that pushback, in an attempt to not have people highlighting the additional compensation received by the constitutional officer, this constitutional officer has personally decided that he will not receive that extra compensation, but instead distribute it to his senior executive staff. I mean, I don't know what else we can do, but I think it's completely unfair for us to allow this in other cities in our county and not allow it here. And I hear you, Commissioner Ellis. I disagree with it fundamentally as well. And I'll go down to the legislature with you. We can go down to the Capitol hand in hand to try to get it changed. I think we're gonna have 158 other counties working against us, but I'll go down there with you to have the law changed. But please don't punish the city of South Fulton. This is a three-party negotiation, as you heard from Councilwoman Willis, the city attorney, the county attorney, and the tax commissioner and the tax commissioner's attorney. And so that's, Commissioner Ellis, why it is not as farcical, I think, as you were stating, because the biggest negotiation back and forth wasn't between the city and the tax commissioner. The biggest negotiation, the biggest hurdle to getting to this point was the county attorney and the tax commissioner attorney. It was the inner fight between the county attorney and the tax commissioner's attorney. That was the biggest fight that held this up the longest. Not the terms between the city and the tax commissioner, the terms between the county and its own tax commissioner is what held this up. And so there were arm's length negotiations between the tax commissioner's attorney, the county attorney, and all of those parties with the city. And so I believe in equality, but not only equality, but equity. And I implore you to not punish the city of South Fulton and vote in favor and allow them to have their tax bill collected. As the councilwoman has stated, this is a time-sensitive matter. We do this for, I think, 7 other cities? How many other cities we do this for, Madam County Attorney?
We estimate 6, so almost.
6 other cities. North Fulton, South Fulton. Please don't punish the city of South Fulton, 3rd largest city in Fulton County, 8th largest city in the state. Please don't punish them that way.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just weigh in here and say that I agree with my colleagues that the way constitutional officers take fees is not something that I agree with. That said, I very much agree with Commissioner Arrington in the sense that this is not the battleground to have that discussion, and I would also happily go down to to the state and lobby for this to be different, but I don't think that we should hold the city of South Fulton hostage over this. I sort of am just weighing in here to concur with Commissioner Arrington and say that I will be supporting this, and I hope my colleagues will do the same and will take that fight elsewhere.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, indeed, that fight needs to go elsewhere. We have to take it up where it resides. But my question is concerning the employees. So the tax commissioner is going to have that extra compensation go to their senior executive staff only?
That is correct. That's the way the agreement is currently fashioned.
Is there a reason why it's not going to other staff? Because it was, I remember not too long ago, the tax commissioner and others saying that there's staff that are still in that lower percentile, not a real living wage. And so is there a reason why that staff is not getting some of this extra money?
I'm not aware of what, if anything, was considered in that respect, but this term in the contract is based on a request from Dr. Ferdinand that it be distributed in this fashion.
So there's no legal reason why it's only going to the senior executive staff and not the other staff that don't make a lot of money?
There's no statutory mandate that it be done in that way. The new statute simply says that the county may decide what, if any, compensation will be collected from the city and given to the tax commissioner as part of his compensation. The way that this agreement is fashioned deviates from the statutory language to the extent that he has decided to forego any amount that the county would agree to provide to him and redirect it to his executive staff.
While we're talking about the tax commissioner, is he here? No.
If I may, Commissioner
Yes.
Hall, I think there is a legal reason. I think the legal reason is because there's a difference in his personal staff and the rest of his staff. I don't believe that our personnel policies would allow it to go to the staff. Our personnel policies allow him to do that for his personal staff, but not for the entire staff. The personal staff, I don't believe, is subject to those same employment rules. Additionally, because of the pushback and ridicule that he has received for the additional compensation in the other contracts, that's why he's not here today.
Okay.
Wait,
You still
I see,
But it doesn't matter to him whether you all vote yes or no. We're the ones that will suffer, not him.
well, I support this, so, I mean, let's get that clear up front, so there's no question about it. But I saw our county attorney shaking her head in the affirmative while Commissioner Arrington was speaking, and that does not get on the minutes when you're just shaking your head, so I want to hear from her.
I just wanted to say that Commissioner Arrington is correct that there are rules that are slightly different for personal staff. So, for example, one of our initial recommendations was to have the money flow to the tax commissioner's general budget, and then he could utilize one of our policies and procedures to provide a bonus to his personal staff of an elected official, which includes all of these executive members who are designated in this contract. That is an option that he does not have with respect to general employees who are limited to being within a certain pay range. The personal staff are also limited to pay range, but outside of that pay range, they can receive this bonus. That is not the way this is structured. This is structured so that the money would flow to Fulton County, and then Fulton County would directly give the money to the executive staff. So that's maybe a distinction without a difference, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you so much for that. That's my question. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis?
So really, just to what you just said, to highlight this, really, the point of contention was not about, now I'm going to go back to this. So we're a party to an agreement that we're not negotiating. You negotiated with this with them on behalf, you're trying to get the agreement to conform with our law to do what he wants
Yes,
in the
that is
contract,
correct.
right? That's what all the haranguing was about, to get to what he wants. So I'm just going to say this again. You know, when the law changed, most of these agreements are in place, we never approved because the law was in place where he could enter into them on his own. We've had 2 or 3 of these come before us. When they passed the law, and a couple of counties have decided to push back and say, hey, we're not going to approve these type of agreements going forward for new things. And some of those tax commissioners acquiesced and did something a little bit different. But the law changed to allow, supposedly, the county commissions to have a voice in the agreements and be a party to the negotiation of them. That's a joke. We do not. Okay? I mean, we could call the tax commissioner's bluff and say, hey, going forward with these new agreements that we have to approve, this is the structure of compensation that we will approve. You want to go tell cities no when you're receiving adequate amount of funds to do the service for them as a provider, but just the funds are coming into the county collectively as a whole or the county or the tax commissioner's budget. That's a perfectly valid arrangement for him to enter into, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, enough said.
Commissioner Thorne?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to thank you for coming down here and being a voice of South Fulton for us. It helps me a lot to try to understand your situation. And thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for your perspective, as well as yours, Commissioner Ellis. I agree with both of you, but I feel like our hands are tied. We can't punish South Fulton for something that they have no control of and we do. So with that respect, I also want to mention that the tax commissioner collected the stormwater fees for Johns Creek. And from their city council, that they told me it didn't go well, so now they've taken it in-house. So I know you're a young city, so if we can't legislate properly, maybe you could talk to the other cities and do the collections on your own and maybe make the money for yourselves in the future. Thank you.
In the future, but right now, we got a lot of other fish to fry.
Got a lot of challenges ahead of you, I understand. But thanks again for coming down. I'm glad we could accommodate you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, then Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Mr. Chair, I was going to call the question, but I'm happy to let Commissioner Rockman speak.
Thank you. I'm in support of this. I just have a question. Kenneth Herman, just for those that may be watching, and that's always my concern with the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County, what the tax commissioner is trying to do versus what it states. So my understanding, let me be clear, the understanding is the money is to go to a particular pool for a particular amount of the staff. Is that correct? I just would like for you, in layman's term, if you don't mind.
Good afternoon, commissioners. From what I understand, based on the document that is presented to the Board of Commissioners, the agreement allows for that money to pass through the county to then be paid specifically to the personal staff of the tax commissioner.
Okay. I don't have a problem with this. I do want to put a side note. We have lost quite a bit of that staff, historically sensitive staff down there that has been there a while. And so if this will help us keep some of the people that we need to have in place, I support it. And so on that note, I don't see a problem with it, and I'm in support of it.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Thank you all.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Chairman Pitts, I would like, with all due respect, I would like to make a motion to move agenda item, the approval of the GOP nominations forward. With all due respect, there are several officers of the nominating committee here.
Okay, which item? Which one?
It would,
What page?
Page 9 and 10, 86 and 87.
All right, any objections, commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm going to object. If we're going to bring up the nominations, I think we need to bring them all up, not just the Republicans, but I'm fine with doing the Republicans ones first.
I would do that friendly amendment.
All right, just a minute, just a minute. So the request is to bring all of those BRE nominations up, all of them. Any objections? All right, no objection. You object? All right, let's vote.
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing it based on who's in the room, we have the sheriff sitting in the room too. Are we going to move everybody
All
who's
right.
in the room up?
Okay, go ahead, you have the floor.
Frankly, we should move the sheriff up so he can get back to what he's doing.
Chairman, with all due respect, and with all due respect to you as well, I do understand they're here, but we got to be consistent in what we do. We sat here several other occasions, and we moved up what was time sensitive, or we gave deference to elected officials. And so to move up something just because somebody can't wait here long enough, we are setting a very dangerous precedent. And I'm gonna have to speak against that because we can't do for one that what we're not willing to do for others. And so I understand we gave the extra time to speak. We relaxed our rules for that, Chairman. but we cannot start doing something based on a particular preference if we're not going to allow it across the county. So I would have to speak against that unless it is something that is really, really time consistent or time sensitive. I'm going to have to object to that.
So Commissioner Thorne, your motion would be to bring up all of the recommendations, correct?
Correct.
And there's a second by Commissioner Ellis, is that correct? All right, let's vote. This is to reconsider all of them. All right, Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard?
Yeah, because I have literally sat here before and moved things up because there were people in the audience waiting. So I can't sit here in good conscience and not say that. I'm in my 6th year as commissioner, and I have done it very often and asked for items to be moved up on the agenda because there were people waiting, and we didn't want them to have to wait until after lunch and come back and all that. So I just wanted to say that.
All right, the motion then on the floor is to Commissioner Arrington.
So I wonder, Commissioner Thorne, if you might do a friendly amendment, and I don't know how long our sheriff is going to take, but I'm not necessarily opposed to moving anyone up, but I'm more worried about our sheriff's time than I am about anyone else's time. So for me, I would rather move our sheriff up first and then hear the other matter after that. I could support that, but I don't know if I can move up the nominations and then still make our sheriff wait when I know he's got more pressing things to do.
I believe his time is very valuable, and I would agree to that.
So with that friendly amendment, I could support it.
All right, just a minute. She has accepted the friendly amendment to bring up the sheriff first. Now, we're just getting silly here today. Commissioner Ellis?
I mean, as a practical matter, the sheriff's item is very likely to take an extended period of time that will take us into lunch in executive session.
That's correct.
And therefore, these nominations are not going to be taking place till after lunch, after executive session, time unknown. So we may as well just keep them at the end of the agenda. I mean, it's,
Or let's have a late lunch.
The sheriff is here, he has an office here, he can go up and come back down. I mean,
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
To the extent that practically it doesn't make sense, I could live with doing that one, but I would still want to do the sheriff after that, and maybe that would mean after lunch. I could live with that, and then that could give the sheriff time to do lunch. And
that's fine.
So I mean, but
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. All right, let's vote on the, wait a minute. I'm going to tell you if you listen to me now. The motion on the floor is to reconsider the agenda to take the nominations, I'm underscoring nominations by both parties first. Then after that, we will hear the sheriff's presentation at some point, but that'll be the next item after. All right, that's the motion on the floor. That's a motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote in the affirmative.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, call the,
Okay, on page 9, 230386, Board of Registration Elections, the Fulton County Republican Party has nominated Mike Hekin for a full board appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2025.
all right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It's seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis.
just a couple of quick questions. Do these votes require unanimous consent?
From the Board of Commissioners?
Right.
No, it's a simple
Okay.
majority vote.
Okay. And then I believe the statute says the person has to be a resident of the county. Is that correct?
Yes, there are certain qualifications.
Okay. And then they're not running for office, right? That's as a resident, and they're not running for office, right?
I would have, that sounds
Is that what the
correct.
statute
I would have
says?
to consult
So,
that.
So Mr. Hekin is not doing any of those two things, right?
I'm
And there's
not
no
aware.
requirement that he be a University of Georgia grad, even though, so, right? He's a University of Florida grad, there's no
I'm
requirement
not
on
aware of that requirement, no.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Arrington.
I just want to state for the record that I have reviewed the language regarding the word shall. 2 members shall be appointed by the governing authority of Fulton County from nominations made by the chairperson of the county executive committee. So, yeah, I've been practicing law for 27 years now. The word shall is compulsory. However, this is from nominations made by the chairperson of the county executive from the political party. In my mind, that charges the chairperson of each political party to make nominations that are acceptable to us.
I agree with that.
The word shall, yes, we shall appoint them as soon as they put someone up that's acceptable. So let's just be clear, the word shall, it's there, but it is not, the word shall doesn't control my vote. I control my vote. And I don't know if the county attorney wants to speak or provide an opinion on this language, but you know, I've been practicing law for 27 years. I know how to read a law and interpret it. And we are not compelled to accept any nominations from either party. We have been elected to make the determination, just like we do for board of registration and elections for any other boards and task force authorities that we nominate. The buck stops with us. We get to make the final determination. So let's be clear about that. We're not gonna rewrite the law. The sky is not red. The grass is not blue. We're not just gonna start making stuff up.
Okay, the motion on the,
In reviewing this statute, we analyze it as a two-part process. The statute does have some mandatory language, that is true, but we analyze it as a two-step process that sets forth the manner in which the appointment will be made. So what is mandated is that the method of appointment will be as set forth in this Georgia law. It is mandated that the appointment that this body makes will be from the designated pool. It is mandated that the source of the designated pool of nominees will be from these two parties. What is not mandated by the language of the statute is that the BOC appoint any particular nominee or particular slate of nominees set forth by the parties.
okay?
Could I speak, please?
Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
So if you compare it to the DeKalb law, there is a provision where they can reject, but there's no such provision written in our law.
That is correct. DeKalb County has adopted an ordinance that incorporates the Georgia law, but adds a clarification of the implication that exists in the Georgia law, meaning that because there's no explicit mandate that you select a particular nominee put forward, which would be essentially allowing the party to make the appointment as opposed to make a nomination. DeKalb County has just clarified that in their ordinance. Our ordinance, the Fulton County has just not taken that extra step to clarify that that implication exists.
So there is some gray area in the law, correct? Because I spoke with lawyers have contacted me, and they did see that it's not well spelled out, and maybe we need to get some adjustments to the law, but it is not spelled out, and are we opening ourselves up to potential litigation?
Well, I don't want to necessarily give that type of legal advice in this public forum, but I will say that I think the DeKalb County ordinance is a reflection of their interpretation, which matches our interpretation, that it is implied by the language of the statute that the shall applies to the appointment from this pool rather than the appointment of, say, the first nominee who is presented.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve Mr. Hekin, is that correct? Mike Hekin. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Let's go.
And the motion passes unanimously. 230387, the Fulton County Republican Party has nominated Jason Frazier for a full board appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2025.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief in my comments. I just want to go on record saying that if you look at my history, even as far as 2 years ago, I opposed Kathy Willard's nomination. And so it is in that same spirit that I have not been convinced of certain things that are boggling to me whenever we're talking about putting somebody on the Board of Registration and Elections. I have a duty to all of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County, and I take issue with someone giving the impression that we're all going to fall in line. I'm the furthest thing from it, but I want to go on record saying that there is no fraud in Fulton County elections, and if you need proof, it's right here.
Yes.
The proof here, Commissioner Thorne was not the person that was the powers to be individual that they wanted in office, but she's here. Commissioner Barrett was not the powers to be person, and she's here. Commissioner Khadija definitely was not. And so I take issue with the fact that you want to say it's fraud when you disagree with me, but when I agree with you, then I'm okay. So we have a right and a duty as commissioners to do what is right for all of Fulton County, not just whether it's the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, because my history shows that I will do what's right and not what's told. I just want to go on record saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Ellis, you have the floor.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, in all due respect, I mean, that was, I'm not sure really kind of those arguments made a heck of a lot of sense. I mean, first off, the Kathy Willard thing was, that's a vote on an appointment that's made by us. This is a vote on appointments that are made by other parties. And I'm not sure kind of like the fraud piece is really relevant to the discussion one way or the other, and how individual elections may have panned out for people on this board. I'm not really sure how that really kind of extrapolates and has any bearing on this particular discussion right here. So again, and this person's a resident. They're not running for office, correct? We've got a statute, as far as we know, it's never been challenged. Is that correct? You know, not approving an individual from one of the parties would be, you know, a new precedent, would set a new precedent. It would potentially open us up to litigation, which probably is unnecessary, and probably continues a lot of sort of unnecessary, my term, tribal warfare. And, you know, I mean, quite honestly, I thought we saved democracy a few weeks ago when we, you know, just ripped apart Lee Morris and got his nomination revoked. But, you know, I guess we have to got to go back at it again today. And, you know, I also learned some interesting things this week. Starting on Monday or Tuesday, I began to receive emails from constituents. I use that term and put that term in air quotes, that were suggesting that this individual not be approved. And what was interesting about many of those things, which email came through as a constituent, that was sort of the lead into the line. And their addresses appeared, and on those on most of those as well. And It turns out I've got constituents in no less than 20 states. So I had no idea that my commission district was this big. So man, I tell you what, I'm gonna have a heck of a time in the next re-election. But anyway, so that was kind of a delighting process. But look, I mean, I think it's a dangerous precedent for us to go down. I mean, there are individual things that I think we can dislike about, things that, a representative from the other side. I think that's the nature of this, right? And I think that the way that this thing is structured, there's been every intention that if somebody they weren't a resident or they weren't running for office, then, that they would be approved. That was sort of the basis for which we would apply the test, and we all want to get into sort of philosophical things about it. Well, we just talked about a particular item about sort of philosophical stuff around tax stuff, and we said, well, our hands are tied. We basically got to approve it. So, anyway, I would really caution us against kind of setting, this new precedent. I'm not really sure that it serves a high degree of purpose for us, and I think it's going to lead to just further unnecessary litigation and unnecessary just perpetuation of this whole sort of topic of election politics. When we could have just 4 representatives we could approve today, those parties could all go to work with a new chair and put us in a position to have a great election the next go round. So those are my comments.
All right. Please. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I initially didn't have anything to say about this until one of the constituents came forward earlier and said that he talked to someone in my office who told them that I was checking for red flags, which is completely false and completely inaccurate. I was never checking for any red flags, so let's clear that up first. And then what I just heard about our vote could open us up to litigation. I want to ask our county attorney about that. How could our vote on this open us up to litigation?
I think what's been discussed today is that if you interpret the statute to mean that your appointment of a particular nominee is mandatory, then that would open us up to litigation, is the basis of that position or thought. You can't stop someone from litigating, so anything could open us up to litigation in that sense. What I offer you is not a guarantee of how it's going to turn out, but what our interpretation is based upon the state of the case law, the non-existent case law, and the plain language of the statute only.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett.
I just have a couple quick notes here. First of all, Madam County Attorney, just to be clear, again, there is some different ways to potentially interpret this state law. But I think there's certainly evidence that when a group is supposed to have their choice on a particular board, that the wording is different. For example, we had the, just a couple of weeks ago, we had the spreading on the minutes of an appointment made by the Clerk of Superior Court. That wording was such that the Clerk of Superior Court made the appointment. We did not get to vote yes or no on that. The appointment was made, not a nomination, and it was just spread on the minutes. In this case, it seems quite clear that there is a nominating group and an appointing group. The governing authority, we are the ones appointing based on a nomination, correct?
Correct. It's a two-step process, and as a kind of compare and contrast, I don't know if you are familiar with DeKalb County's original Board of Ethics statute, which allowed certain entities from the community to actually make an appointment. So in this instance, it is the Board of Commissioners who makes the ultimate appointment from the pool of nominees submitted by these parties.
Thank you for that. I also just want to add to that, that I think we just showed by our vote that we are happy to abide by the law and appoint a good faith nomination from either party, We just voted yes on Mr. Hekin because he was a good faith nominee on the part of the Republican Party. I don't believe the same is true about Mr. Frazier. And we can, get into the details of all of that back and forth, but that is my opinion. As to, oh, by the way, I will say this on that front. One of the things I did in researching this person and the work that he has done that's been talked about today was to look at the bylaws of the Board of Registration and Elections. And one of the stated purposes of the Board of Registration and Elections of Fulton County says that their purpose is to, quote, articulate the department's goals and accomplishments to the public and to the elected bodies to which the department answers, so that the public and elected officials maintain confidence in elections administered by the department. This is not something that Mr. Frazier has done or shown himself capable of doing. To me, that is not a serious nomination. In terms of precedent, my thoughts are this. The dangerous precedent being set here is being set by the nominating body. By sending us a non-serious nomination, the dangerous precedent has already been set. We have an obligation here to take these appointments seriously and to consider them seriously. I will not be supporting Mr. Frazier's appointment.
Commissioner Arrington?
So let's be clear. I don't take lightly to threats, legal threats, and lawsuits. So number one, I don't appreciate someone coming down here saying, if you don't vote a certain way, we're gonna sue you. Let's be very clear about that. I'm a lawyer. I go to court every day. I don't give a damn. Okay? So let's be real clear. All right. Now that's number one. Number two, the unanimous vote of Mr. Hekin is the number one defense to any of that. It's the number one defense to any lawsuit. We just voted unanimously for this man. A nomination, a nominee who got unanimous support. I would challenge anyone that is talking about filing a lawsuit to put forth another name that can get unanimous support. It's real simple. Also, Madam County Attorney, I would ask you to draw up the ordinance for the next meeting so that we make the same clarification that you said DeKalb County made. We need to have that clarification and we need to vote on it at the next meeting.
We will prepare it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
Yes, does that have to be legislated in, or
What?
the amendment to that? Is that something the state legislature has to be involved in, or can we just do that?
The clarification?
Yes, the
No, we
clarification.
can do that.
That's what I was just checking.
Yes.
So, wow, I know what it's like to be called names. I've been called a lot of names up here. And Jason Frazier has been called a lot of names. Voter suppressor. Whose vote? Whose vote? Not one person came down here saying their vote was suppressed by Jason Frazier. Election denier. Okay, how does cleaning the voter rolls an election denier? Cleaning the voter rolls is law. And for decades, Fulton County, we have not obeyed the law. I don't know if you're familiar with Ralph Jones. He was in charge. He was the chief of voter registration. He refused to clean the rolls. We knew that more people were registered on our rolls than possibly live in Fulton County. And currently, right now, according to a National Election Commission, we have 113% of the people eligible to vote on our voter rolls. And you think that's okay, that we don't obey the law? You think that's okay? Who here thinks it's okay that we just don't ignore the law, like Ralph Jones did for years? So that is why SB 202 was put in place. Yes, I go to ACCG conferences, and every year they're like, okay, what is Fulton County going to screw up? So we're going to have to legislate something. And they had to legislate the voter challenge process because they knew counties were refusing, ignoring to clean their voter list in accordance with the national voter law. So that is why Jason Frazier, as a citizen, has been looking there. He is an engineer from Purdue. Unfortunately, not Georgia Tech, but from Purdue. And he has an MBA. He retired at age 35. He is a pretty brilliant individual. He can merge databases. He can merge the NCOAs to match the voter bases to spit out incorrect data. He can look at GIS systems. He has the capabilities. I got an email from somewhere, some person, one of these emails that were mass mailed where you just put in your name and address and hit send and it automatically generates a letter. That's why we have constituents from Hawaii and everywhere else contacting us about this issue. Yes, he knows how to merge databases. They were concerned. They said, we need to hire people that can do this work. And I couldn't agree more fully. As a data analyst myself, we need to hire somebody. And that's why I am glad that on Monday, we fired our registration chief. So hopefully now we will replace that registrations chief with somebody that can look at databases, that can understand databases, that can write code to merge, sort, and spit out bad data. So, Commissioner Barrett, you said we have not a serious, not a good nomination, and that we just put up a laughingstock. I listened to the chairman, Stephanie Andres, and I was not familiar with the process of them interviewing candidates over a 2-week period, vetting them, having people vote, having a majority vote, then having the vice chair. It was a multi-step process, and they took the top 2 that they thought were appropriate. I'm sorry that Dana Barrett doesn't think it's appropriate, that they're a laughingstock. I apologize. But I think the Republican Party, in good faith, has put who they thought was best. And I noticed that the only people that came down here to speak were Democrat activists. Your friend, Dana Barrett, Commissioner Barrett, Stephanie Ali, from New Georgia Project Fund, she was like one of the 4 that spoke, building trust for our voters. How on earth are we going to build trust if we say, oh, we only want ours, but we don't want yours? Keep bringing people forward until we believe that they're serious, that we believe that they are in good faith nominating the correct person. I am frustrated for all of you who think that having dirty voter rolls with having 880,000 people on the voter rolls is good. All of you who scream about the elections are underfunded, we are wasting money by not cleaning our voter rolls. Do you realize for every person in a precinct, for every 250 voters, you have to have 1 ballot marking device? Those machines aren't cheap. Law dictates it, though. So let's just put an extra 48,000, like they just identified the faulty addresses. Let's just put 48,000. What is 48,000 divided by 250? How many BMDs are we buying? How many precincts? They try to limit our precincts between 2,000 to 4,000 people in a precinct. How many extra precincts are we having to staff and pay? How many more equipment are we having to program and do logic and accuracy testing? Yes, you complain that it's so costly. We can't afford it. There's so many mandates, but then yet we are just wasting money by not cleaning our voter rolls. And I hear some of you are like, oh, Jason, it's causing so much time for our staff to sit there and go through all the challenges. Well, if for a decade we had been cleaning the voter rolls, it wouldn't be such a huge project, but now it is. And Jason has stepped up to help. Volunteer. and he is demonized. I know what it feels like to be demonized when all you're trying to do is do what's best for Fulton County. What you're trying to do is doing the best for all the people. How is it that someone is registered, 20 registrations at kind of a condemned-looking house, and 18 of them are registered on the same day? How is that? I don't know. I sent our elections director an email to ask her to verify. I don't think she's replied back yet. How is it that somebody lives on a bridge on I-20? Fortunately, I don't think he's voted. How is it that somebody with first name is no name, last name is no name, is in our system? Several of them, and one of them has voted. How is that? Is that integrity? Is that trust in our system? Thank you. I think we need to restore trust. As we said, I think we need iron that sharpens iron. We may not agree. And Jason Frazier, when she's on the board, frankly, he's going to have to stop doing the voter challenges because he's not going to have time. He needs to abide by supporting the board and their vision and helping Fulton County be the gold standard in elections. That's what we need. That's what our goal is. So I don't know if all of you, there was some misinformation that he cleared all these voters off because of small, minor address change. I questioned the article in the newspaper, the writer of that article. He's like, well, Bridget, he put voter challenges. I'm like, no, he put two lists. One list for challenges, one list, he said, these are address corrections. If you're not going to do your job and correct them, then send them out as challenges. And that's exactly what the Fulton Board of Elections did. And they put Jason Frazier's name as the challenger for a simple address correction that they could have gone in. He told them how to correct the addresses. He went through all that trouble. So even Dr. Ruth, BRE member, her voter was challenged, her whole family, as it was mentioned. It's not partisan. It's a bipartisan effort. It's good for everybody. How are you going to get your absentee ballot if your address is not correct? How are we going to communicate you, assign you the right precinct if your address is not correct? So I challenge my board members, do we want to have an efficient department? Are we okay with people who might disagree? And maybe we can come and represent Fulton County, both sides of the aisle. Thank you, Chairman Pitts.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Call the question.
All right, the motion on the floor is to call the question. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right. Properly moved and seconded. The motion on the floor is to call the question. Let's vote on calling the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, the motion on the floor is to, is to approve Mr., strike that, yes, to approve Mr. Jason Frazier. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 3 nays.
Next item.
On page 11, 230388, Board of Registration Elections, the Fulton County.
Wait a minute, hold it. Yeah. Another motion? All right, go.
230388, the Fulton County Democratic Party has nominated Teresa K. Smith Crawford for a full board reappointment to a term ending June 30th, 2025.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. It is seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Sorry. Yeah, I believe that I need to submit to the wishes of the Democrat Party. I believe that that's what's fair. Terry Crawford, I have met her. Actually, when she first came on board, she was really quite pleasant to talk to. Things kind of changed after Kathy Woolard came on board. But seems to be a fair, level-headed person. But her qualifications to get on this board, basically, she concluded 4 years leading the North Fulton Democrat organization. She worked with membership, budget, programs, incentives, and the Impact Democrats. Other than that, she began her career after college in a General Tire retail division, raised 4 daughters, which is incredible, spearheaded the formation of Hewitt, Texas' first public library, and she's the founding member of the Bryan Area Reading Coalition in Bryan, Texas. She has nothing on here. Data analysis, no master's degrees, nothing. She's just kind of a person that they put on the board because she's a Democrat organizer, and it seems like she's qualified to be on the BRE. She was pretty darn clueless when she came on, I have to admit. I follow every meeting. But yet, that's who the Democrats wish to have on this board, and I think I should honor their wishes. And I respect Ms. Crawford, that she'll do a fair and balanced job. So I wish that my colleagues would do the same. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Call the question.
All right, is there a second? All right, properly moved and second. Let's vote on the call of the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 12, 230389, the Fulton County Democratic Party has nominated Aaron Johnson for a full board reappointment to a term ending June 30th, 2025.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor, followed by Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis.
Once again, they put Aaron Johnson back up here again, and I've spoke as a private citizen against him being on the board, but there is no justification, even though I really find it suspicious. When both these nominations were put in our agenda, which I'd like to submit their resumes to make sure the public has access to those records with both nominations. I'm like, can I get some kind of resume or bio? And we were quickly sent over Aaron Johnson's bio. From 2016 to present, it says he's the Atlanta Realtors Association, Atlanta Commercial Board of Realtors. Okay, that's good. He's a realtor. 2015-16, Fulton County Office of the Chairman, Senior Assistant for Policy and Certified. He goes on, but he fails to mention some crucial things, very crucial things. He fails to mention that he is the Chief of Staff for the City of Atlanta, Chairman, Atlanta City Council, Doug Shipman. Doesn't want, he kind of leaves that, politely leaves that off the resume that was sent to us. It's on his LinkedIn, it's on his bio. We all know that he's the Chief of Staff for Mr. Shipman. He fails to leave that off. He was also the District Director for Nikema Williams, U.S. House of Representatives in the 5th District, full-time. Just coincidentally, he got that job after he voted not to fire Richard Barron when the other Democrat did. He got an award. It was COVID. The office wasn't even open. He was getting $80,000 a year. He would come to meetings from his house in the background. When he finally was in the office, there was no furniture in there. So why would he fail to leave his current job off on our resume. That just brings suspicion. Lack of trust. Lack of trust. I believe that it's a conflict of interest if you are on the Board of Registration Elections and you get a paycheck from an elected official. When you are voting on where precincts are going to be, when you are voting on how many precincts are going to be in your area, who's going to work, who's going to be, when you have that much control on the Board of Registration Elections and you get a paycheck from an elected official, it seems like there would be a conflict of interest. I know Mr. Shipman probably it's a nonpartisan thing, but still, anybody who runs against him, is that a conflict of interest? I don't think it's illegal. Obviously, the law doesn't specify that they can't be running for office, but they're working and getting their paycheck, their livelihood from an elected official. What control do they have on the Board of Registration Elections? You talk about trust. Maybe we need to get it changed. It's not changed. So legally he can be on there, and legally the Democrats want him as their nominee. So I'll support that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Just apparently this nominee is a resident of Fulton County and he's not running for office. Is that correct? And there's in the statute, there is a person who works for an elected official. Are they prohibited from being on the Board of Registration and Elections? Based on your interpretation of it. Of both either the statute or after they begin to serve.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Ellis, the second part of your question I missed.
So there's the nominating statute and approval of nomination statute, right?
Right.
And then there's certain rules which govern people once they're on the board, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do either of those prohibit a person who works for an elected official from holding a role on the Board of Registrations and Elections?
I'm not aware of any specific prohibition on that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Call the question.
Is there a second? Second. All right, properly moved in second. Please vote on the call of the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
On the motion on the floor, it's just to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open to approve. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, colleagues, it is 1:22. The sheriff is okay with us having lunch in executive session. So I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch and items of executive session, real estate, litigation, and personnel. Let's vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Recording stopped.
Madam Clerk, we ready? Your folk ready? All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business, and would ask the sheriff to make his way to the Assembly Hall, please. Madam County Attorney?
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation set forth in items number 1 and 2 of the executive session agenda?
Yes, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, let's continue until the sheriff arrives.
Back on page 5, bottom of page 5, 230373, Human Resources Management. Request approval to modify the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan by adding new titles.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, 230374, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to increase the spending authority in the amount of $35,975 to provide
All
a
right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230375, request approval to increase spending authority to provide additional tree removal services.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Could you add my yay?
6
6.
with Commissioner Thorne. 230376, request approval to increase spending authority to provide immediate replacement and installation of emergency exit lights.
You skipped one. 0376. All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 230377, request approval to accept a name change and authorizing the Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance to reflect the name change.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Arrington?
I thought that we had adopted a policy that there could not be name changes without a fiscal study as to the financial impact of such name change. In fact, I know that we did.
Commissioner Arrington, this is a name change for a contractor on a contract.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230378, request approval of amended proposal to provide design build services for the construction of the Fulton County Behavioral Health Crisis Unit.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, under Health and Human Services, 230379, Community Development. Request approval of a resolution by the Board of Commissioners to authorize the adoption and approval of the 2023 HUD Annual Action Plan.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230380, request approval of a contract with the Next Level Boys Academy, LLC, to provide services for youth and young adults in Fulton County.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Just one quick question. I was looking at sort of the scope of what this is, and it seems very similar to programs which we approved in the scope of our CSP. So number one, is that accurate? And then number two, if so, in the future, could this be something which should be subject to that same process for application?
Yes, Vice Chair, that's accurate. That is the scope of services that are provided by the agency.
So my question is, that scope of services seems very similar to many of the types of scope of services for programs that are agreed to via awards via our CSP program.
There's some overlap in terms of the youth services. Yes,
What's
sir.
that?
There's some overlap in terms
Some
of youth
overlap
service.
with it,
Yes, sir.
okay. So in theory, it could be, in future, it could be the type of thing that should be potentially subject to the same CSP process.
We can look at that for next year.
Okay.
Commissioner Arrington.
I was going to say, just to be clear, this was approved during the budget process. And so this is just the approval of the contract for money that's already been budgeted. And specifically, this group works with those facing charges in Fulton County. And so I don't know how many of the CSP programs are actually, or youth programs are actually dealing with those that are actually facing charges. But this program is for those that are actually facing charges in Fulton County and provides a diversionary program for them.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It's seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Are we ready for?
All right, he's en route. Correct, Mr. Adams? So is that, what's his ETA? Take up what? Oh, yeah. Where is that?
Page 13.
Let's go to,
Page 13, 230390, Fulton County Board of Tax Assessors. Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Abdul Rahman have nominated Lee Morris for a full board appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2027.
all right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is that him? It is? Yeah, he lost some weight. Anything else we can do before he? Yeah. All right, you should have received an updated list of dates for this next meeting. Everybody get it? This is an updated one that that's on in front of you. And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. June 13th and June 14th, we can have 4. On that next meeting date, we can have all 7. So I still think it's preferable to have that at the next meeting which that'll be what, the 21st?
I certainly would prefer the next meeting date. I'm not available any of these dates.
The 21st. We shoot to finish the regular agenda by 2:45 and convene the special work session at 3 o'clock. We can do 2 o'clock. If no proclamations and no stuff extra. All right. Because we need to give the manager and his people some direction. 2 o'clock. That's our goal, to finish up. 1:45.
2 o'clock to start the work session.
Yeah. Okay. That's the goal. So let the buyer beware. All right. Let's confirm that with everybody. Sheriff? So which one are we taking first?
230391, page 13, presentation. of the bridging plan.
How you doing, Sheriff?
I am outstanding. Good afternoon. So we will, understanding that time is of the essence.
No, we're good. We're good.
We will certainly be brief. Again, thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity. Again, just really level setting where we are and an opportunity to, for you to understand as we get ready to move forward. You see the title right here is the bridging plan. One thing that we understand in depth is that while we wait to this or get to this next phase, we have to currently take care of what we already have. And so as we move on, you'll see, next slide, as we get ready to talk about the objectives and where we are. Each of you should have a copy of this, but one of the things that was made really clear as we worked with Emergency Management Services, Inc., is that we need to make sure that we not just tell our own story, but really concisely put together an observation opportunity for you all to be a part of what next looks like. So as you understand, one thing that we've been battling continuously has been recruitment. Creating this bridging plan really, again, as I previously said, really level sets the opportunities. We continue to move forward as we look at a replacement jail as opposed to, I don't dare say new jail. Right now, the jail, as you know, because I've emailed many of you, each opportunity I get and or text you, the jail is falling apart. That's where we are. And so I do want to thank our county manager and his team, just with respect to really leaning in toward what the next several months will look like. You'll see one of the things that we have to do is create this glide path, if you will, toward what medical care and medical services look like. We have a couple things there that you will actually, I hope you'll be pleased with. A staffing analysis, which I have been saying for the last year and a half, we have to do. Our last staffing analysis was 2015, and the current one, I know there's one built into the jail plan. However, we need to do a complete staffing analysis of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Ultimately, you're talking about $400,000 there. One of the things that we are building is a dashboard that ultimately I would like to see published, much like the crime analysis data for APD. So anybody, your constituents, can go online, see how we're spending this money, understand what these new fixes look like. Really, one of the key objectives here is making sure that we create a battle cadence, right? One that each of you and our constituents can follow along with as we move through day to day and what that looks like. Next slide. As we talk about bridging plan and our outcomes, one of the things this really highlights, drills down a little further in terms of the objectives, looking at, as we talked about, a staffing analysis, what our recommended staffing levels will look like currently and both down the line. Maintenance has been the bane of everyone's existence, and so I do want to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Davis and his team. We have been chasing our own tail when it comes to this particular building. Rice Street in and of itself, as many of you heard me say, it is the Titanic, right? Looking for an iceberg. The medical situation right now, I appreciate you all's patience as we look to optimize or look at optimizing what best care looks like as we move forward. We already talked about the dashboard. One of the things that we recognize from a public facing and really telling this story is working with Ms. Corbett, our team. We brought on, many of you may know, Natalie Ammon from the GBI, from 30 years of public direction, if you will. I don't say PIO, but we have building a really good team there, and then potentially some additional communication opportunities, and you'll hear about those as we continue to move forward. Next slide, please. One of the things that we've created, and I told our chair, there's no rock we won't overturn. And so what we've done is focus on two different fronts. And one is these blitzes, and these term blitzes really amass to or amount to an opportunity for us to take the necessary resources, be it medical or be it command staff, and really delve into every other week, every other month, looking at what we have discovered. So when you see medical and mental health units, one of the things that we did on April 17th was take the entire medical staff, take some of our security staff, and we saw over 1,000 patients or 1,000 detainees. Doesn't matter what their issue is, their concern is, we wanted to make sure we laid in one day, laid eyes on every individual, as many as individuals as we could on that day. But the result, the unintended consequence was the more we did this, the better at it we got. And so we did it again on June 1st, and we saw every single individual at Rice Street in one day. So again, creating this blitz. Now, what we did find in both instances, there were some people that still needed to be treated for ectoparasites, and so we can expedite that and continue to treat them. In that same vein, you see that next bullet, we talk about really a command staff blitz. So on April 24th, we took the entire command staff and did the same thing with respect to maintenance, not just talking to detainees, but maintenance, and what that ultimately yielded was a separate report to, and this is the kind of thing that we want to ultimately publish, and this is where Mr. Davis and his team have been very, very proactive in helping us there. But that ended up with 692 cell doors that were broken, 543 electrical issues, 115 malfunctioning toilets, 318 malfunctioning sinks, et cetera, 25 windows that had had some damage to them. So I cannot overstate, if you will, Mr. Davis and his team's ability to come in and help us start rectifying that. But again, what this does tell us is that as we prepare to move forward, regardless to what we do, we still have to take care of the current situation. So in that, you'll see that we're going to open up the South Annex again. Take minimum security individuals, put them out there in an attempt to completely empty one zone. So Commissioner Khadija, as you've been over, you understand where, for instance, we take 1 North and we completely empty that zone and completely repair that zone from stem to stern, whether it be doors, sinks, commissary, phones, whatever it looks like, repair that zone. Then turn around and move internally. So we only have to move the South Annex once. Move internally to those areas and completely repair other zones. So of course, there's a price tag that comes with that, and we'll get to that shortly. So ultimately, the other piece to that is doing it in this fashion allows us to really be proactive about safety and security when it comes to contractors, when it comes to our staff, and certainly those that we supervise from there. Next slide, please. So this marches down the road of some of the things that we are doing constructively to try and address this issue. So as you know, we have 13 towers. Some of those towers have gone unmanned at times. So we're seeking, just like we do the front security to this building and several other buildings, and what they're doing in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, is getting private security to come in and man those towers. So there's no officer or inmate interaction there. It is just built around safety. The other thing that we have continuously asked for since last year is, and we're moving to the senior pay structure. What we have done is, if you recall, with the approval of the $11 million, not just in overtime, or overtime and double time, and we'll talk about that shortly, but what we did was gave 20% pay raise to line staff and sergeants that were affected. My senior staff got nothing. And when they got nothing, ultimately, they're starting to leave. So for instance, I got 1 lieutenant and a captain that's now at Clayton County because we made a commitment, just as we did with the civilian personnel, gave them 5%, and that was clearly understood. But there was a decision made at that point not to pay the 20% there. And that came on the administrative side. There is a hefty price tag that goes with that. To complete the remainder of this year, that's a $4 million price tag. I mentioned going back to double time and triple time. Somewhere in the midst of this constitutionality and the approval of the $11 million, I intentionally had the system paid for and had the system set up so that if we had emergent situations, we could pay time and a half, double time, and in any instance, triple time, depending on what that needs to be. So there has been legal advice that says you all have to approve that. That's budget neutral at this point. And I clearly don't understand it, but that's something that you all can get, hopefully get some clarification on there. Staff and analysis, we talked about that. Ultimately, we need to level set there. Next slide, please. This is kind of just a reset to give you where we are real time. If you look at our personnel, our vacancies, et cetera, those total 1,026 individuals. But again, today's count, now this is delayed information that you're looking at, but today's count, for instance, the overall count is 3,541. That too will be affected by court or everything that happened in court today. The thing that's important to note over at the City of Atlanta, we just moved an additional 52 individuals over there. Our plan is to get, in the next month or so, get to that 700 that we discussed, hopefully pretty quickly. That's our goal there. Next slide. Public information, one of the things we talked about was creating a JIC, right? A Joint Information Center. Again, a lot of us, we continue to get requests, multiple requests, but we want to make sure that we disseminate information in the most effective and efficient manner possible. So again, we have hired several individuals that hopefully can lean into that, work with Ms. Corbett, who's been a jewel to work with, and really come up with an overall effective plan there. Next slide. So this gets into the nuts and bolts of the presentation. We talked about maintenance, but you're talking about nearly $8 million that will flow through the system, and ultimately, Mr. Davis and his team, and certainly Alton, have been very intentional about working through and creating this plan with, is it EMSI? I got it right, finally. With EMSI and charting this battle cadence that would allow us, hopefully within 10 to 11 months, completely rehab the entire facility. So that's our goal, but that's the price tag there. We talk about food, a couple things that we did that had not necessarily unintended consequences, but it has had better consequences for us in terms of the introduction of contraband, is we completely eliminated any personnel bringing any outside food into the facility. And so in doing that, we still have to feed our team. And so the rising costs, the rising supply chain costs, those kind of things is how we got there. We talked about the personnel costs. Ultimately, year over end, that is an $8 million ask, but the rest of this year, we cut that in half. One of the things that we will continue to talk about, and if I'm not mistaken, it will come up a few moments from now, is the inmate medical care. To that end, we believe we have a sustainable opportunity as we get ready to end the year, but that in and of itself is a $4.5 million cost. I've already mentioned the JIC and the opportunity for a public information conversation, and that is about a $500,000 ask. Next presentation, next slide, please. So what are we doing? What is the ask, right? There are a couple of things in terms of, and this is why we want to do really bi-monthly, if you will, or not necessarily bi-monthly, every other month updates for you all that include the disinfectant of 3 North, 3 South, our mental health, our medical, and our medical observation units, but ultimately that gives you really a lens to look through to see how that $5.1, $5.2 million is being spent. You look at, and that's going great, by the way, in terms of taking full advantage of that biweekly cleaning. The first cleaning in and of itself took about 3 weeks because it was so heavily needed that we had to get involved, and now we suspect that the next few cleanings will take exactly what we projected, somewhere around 2 weeks to do. But that's that's twice a month. Ultimately, that goes to what we're trying to get ready to do in terms of presenting to you all with a couple of opportunities, one of which, when we talk about the JIC and the Joint Information Center, is inviting you all over to see what we have done, right? Where we are with respect to ultimately what that looks like. So what's the ask, right? What do we need you to do? At some point, I need you today, hopefully, vote on the medical extension, what that looks like. I'd like a ruling, whether it be from the law department or otherwise, with respect to triple time. I will give you a great example, and that is, most of you heard about the story where there were three holes in 3 different fences, a window on the 5th floor that was breached, et cetera. Now, we do believe ultimately that it was used to attempt to bring contraband in. Everyone was accounted, but we had to stop everything we were doing, bring every resource we had, and do a master count. 4 or 5 hours later, we determined no one had escaped. That was really not the concern, but we also found several dozen shanks, knives, things that ultimately took hours to do. That gives me the opportunity to say, okay, listen, some of these folks are supposed to be at home. Some of these people had other things planned on a Friday evening. And to do so, whether it be double time or triple time, that falls squarely in my wheelhouse. I paid for the adjustments to happen, for us the flexibility to be able to take care of our team members, and I'd like to be able to do that. There's an opinion from the law department that you all have to opine on that, regardless to whether it sits in my budget or not, but I will let that go from that perspective, and we can continue to deal with that. Now, ultimately, this is a bridging plan. This ultimately is how we get to these next steps. There's a much larger ask. Does it have to happen right now, today? Absolutely not. But again, it goes back to what Commissioner Ellis said a couple meetings ago. My goal is to make sure we keep each of you all informed, make sure our constituents are informed, and I'm not bashful about coming down here. I've come down here more than any sheriff in the history of Fulton County. And so I will continue to do that and making sure that we are collectively engaged in this solution, in these processes. But it's unfair to each of you if I don't tell you what I need, if I don't tell you what we need to be successful. And this is the first opportunity to bridge this gap, understand where we are, and certainly if there are any questions, I'll stand by to stand by.
Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioner Hall, followed by Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for this update on all of these, and I'm so proud and happy to know that our county manager and county executive team, you and your team, and the contractor emergency management services have gotten together and agree on this new approach. And how often will we receive these updates from?
And that's a really good question. So the plan is every other month for me, and I say that specifically because it's only fair to the team, Mr. Davis and his team, to say, okay, we've identified these issues. Now my team, my command team, will go in every other week, right? That's our goal, as well as we will continue to do the medical blitzes, right? So those are twice a month, each one of those blitzes. But our goal is to come back every other month because we want to give people an opportunity to receive what we say is broken or needs to be fixed and give them some time to fix it. So essentially it bakes out to 6 times a year.
And you are absolutely correct. I have never seen a sheriff who has tried to keep us abreast of exactly what's going on in the jail and tell us what you came into. In the 6 years that I was chief of staff to Commissioner Garner, I'm in my 6 years actual commissioner, I have not seen this level of communication about exactly what the needs are of the jail until you, and I mean, you came in day one communicating that to us. No glossy booklet once a year right before the budget talking about stuff that nobody could confirm in the community was going on from the sheriff's department, but actually coming in here and trying to resolve issues that you inherited. And I want to be clear that you absolutely inherited what you got. And I personally appreciate the fact that you have been open and honest and trying to be transparent about every aspect of the needs, and from pictures of what's going on to, details and investigations and everything. So thank you for this, and I look forward to every other month.
And if I may, first of all, I appreciate it. And the pictures I send you, right, some are pretty graphic, I get it. But it is also important to note that some of this is a direct supervision, is a causational situation respectful of the lack of personnel, people being unsupervised, and the way the facility is constructed, right? So ultimately, and I say this, right, that Rice Street represents an old way of thinking, of warehousing individuals and simply moving them along if the courts are moving and if things were happening. So again, to that point, and then perfect opportunity for me not only to thank, I know you've been very helpful with not just pre-arrest diversion, but one thing that we did create, and you make me think of it, is an inmate advocacy unit. And so what we do in this unit is twofold, right? We pulled, week before last, we pulled every misdemeanor we had, recognizing that we had 29 misdemeanors that had holds for other agencies. And so we were able to get 24 of them out of the building immediately, going to represent those holds, but we're also working with Solicitor Gamage in his office, and we were able to release 87 individuals who would have been sentenced to less time than they had already been. Now, similarly situated, 48 hours later, we had 57 arrests, right, that were misdemeanors. But the second part of this particular unit's job is to look at the people that have been there the longest, right, 4 or 5 years, understand what has taken their cases so long to get in and throughout court, whether it's a mental health situation or a competency issue, because ultimately, and many of you have heard me say this, what ultimately happens is whether it be Georgia Regional or Grady, once an individual is found competent, we got 30 days to get them on a court calendar, their 31st day or 32nd day, depending on the calendar, they go right back into rinse and repeat, and they fall off the calendar. And so their job is to monitor that and try and get individuals out of jail that deserve to be out of jail. And so this inmate advocacy unit is really up and running and doing some magnificent things. So.
I would love to, can we get a report
Absolutely.
on a regular basis? How regular could you provide that to us?
I would ask that it be the same cadence as the update, right?
Every
so
other
that you
month?
can see the impact every other month. And ultimately, you'll be able to see the impact of where we started, how many people have come and gone since then, and the reasoning behind it.
That would be great, because I know you recall this assembly hall being kind of packed with people who were saying that you were not trying to release people who needed to be released. And so this is a step in the right direction to address those concerns. And so I'd love to have that report. Will we get the first one after this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, because I would love to share that with many of those who were at this meeting, saying that you were not trying to do this, and show them that you really are actually doing it.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that.
No, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis, followed by Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here. Thank you for the report. Just as you try to be open and honest with us, I'm going to try to be open and honest with you. Hopefully you'll appreciate that and respect that where I'm coming from with my remarks. I think a lot of this stuff here is good. I think we're still probably operating a little too much in the anecdotal, and we need to get to more true measurements of stuff and looking at them, hard, real time, within a good cadence, and seeing whether or not we're getting progress or not. There's just, in my opinion, in terms of both in terms of what you presented to us on here, as well as what we've heard in some of the court operations and progress there, we're still too much anecdotal stuff. So I like getting hard measurements. That was part of the discussion we had last week. And just as, kind of the courts need stronger performance, which would in turn benefit, and reduce some of the pressures that are on your operation. I think we need, we need some stronger performance in some of the aspects that are here as well. So I'm glad that we're all working together on this and that we're going to have a good cadence of reporting. One, I would suggest that every other month is probably too light. It probably needs to be every month. Given the importance of this. That'd be my own sort of personal view. And then I had a few points that I want to make in terms of, kind of what we have here. For me, I mean, the most important things that for me, that I want to see about progress on and insight into is retention and recruitment and hiring specifically for management of the jails. 2, the inmate medical. 3, jail maintenance and repairs. And then 4th is maximizing utilization of the facilities that we have access to. To me, those are the 4 most critical things that we should get routine monthly reporting on, if not more than monthly reporting on. That's here somewhat. I think it can be improved upon. There's some components to this that I'd sort of, while I understand the potential, look at, I also would question really why we should expend any money towards right now. And one of those is if we have, whether it's 190, 200 people, 200 vacancies, why are we doing a staffing analysis when we've got 200 vacancies? And we're going to be creating a new facility that we're looking at trying to staff around what that's going to look like as well. I'm not going to approve a new staffing analysis thing when we're sitting at almost, 15 to 20% vacancies. I mean, if we were close to, filling all of it and that sort of stuff, then it might make some sense to me. But that piece of it, I don't understand why we would even look at that at all right now. And I understand your remarks about the senior officer pay structure, but that is not my understanding of what we approved in the last budget cycle. It was specifically for the detention officers and deputies. None of the stuff about overtime is in here, so I can't really speak to that because it's not here and I hadn't had a chance to really kind of think about it. What you're talking about with the contract security to fill the tower positions, I mean, that gets at the heart of things. I think that makes some sense to getting these facilities more secure. Because we can put more maintenance cost into stuff, but obviously if there's not adequate enough direct management, and look, we all get the other thing that I think we've repeated enough, and I think it's good, and I think we all understand it, at least on terms of this board, or maybe 6 of the 7 of us do, the need for a new facility. But that ain't happening tomorrow. It ain't happening next year. It probably ain't happening for, 2 to 3 years. So we got what we got, and we got to make the best of what we got. So, we can, continue to talk about that, but that's not going to solve any of our immediate problems. So how do we best utilize what we have? And part of that, we're going to add additional maintenance stuff in there. What are we doing to ensuring we're not just coming back and repeating the same maintenance activities over and over because the stuff's getting destroyed because we don't have adequate enough management oversight of the inmates. On this common operating picture, just two observations on that. I think on the retention metrics, I would just like to see something out of here that shows open vacancies, have a 5th box for it. So we actually know what it is. And potentially have that look at sort of a trend of what that could look like. Here's where it was at the beginning of the year, here's where it is now, or here's where it is now, or here's where it is now. Does that make sense? So we can see, what progress we've actually made. I see the, separations and hires, but I want to see actual number of vacancies. At the start of the year, we had 229. What is it today? Let's put it down on paper so we can see it and let's track it. On the current jail population, this maximization of the facilities that we have access to, I think this is one of the most critical things. And I've had conversations certainly about have we maximized our ability to utilize ACDC. And like on this piece, it would give the appearance, and this may just be the way that it was sort of self-generated, that we're above capacity at ACDC. but that's not accurate, right? I mean, I don't know why we'd be applying the same kind of 80%, methodology at a facility that we're more selectively putting specific people into. So this population versus operational capacity at the top, or in this first box over here, 3593 struck up against 2619. I don't think that bottom number, 2619, is reflective of the operational capacity that we have access to at the moment across the multiple facilities. Because that last box is showing operational capacity at ACDC of 300. Follow me?
I'm waiting.
No, do you follow me
I'm
on
with
that
you.
point, though?
Yeah, I'm with you,
Okay.
and it is absolutely misconstrued. So.
Well, what's misconstrued that we have 750 beds or 700, whatever it is, 750 capacity at ACDC? What's misconstrued about that?
We still have to have the personnel to get to house it, because
Okay,
unlike
but the
COG,
operational
unlike COG,
capacity is 700 to 750.
No, 700.
700.
Right.
So that number should show 700. It's another issue about why we may not have gotten there. But this is at the operational capacity of showing 300. That's not necessarily accurate. I mean, that gives the impression that we don't have access to enough beds, when really the issue you're saying is we don't have enough staff to put people in the beds.
Not necessarily.
Well, that's what you just said.
There's so many more, that coupled with, there's so many more nuances that go into moving people over.
Well,
give you a prime example. We have sent over 140 people to be approved.
Right.
That takes time. By the time we do that, we can move those individuals, many to Cobb, right, with less issues, and then continue to function. So while we are doing that, our goal in the next month or so is to get to the 700, whether it be operational capacity at 300, and that's where it says there. Ultimately, we're going to fill that with 700 and then open up the South Annex next.
Okay, well, this is a point of the kind of stuff where I'm getting at. To me, it's good to know maybe the backdrop on it, but that's the anecdotal. The real operational capacity is 700. That's what we work to go get access to. That's what we've funded to try to get, kind of more people in, more detention officers, et cetera. So this is what I want to measure to. It's like, we've got access to this. Why are we not hitting it? This gives the impression that we don't even have access to enough beds. And that's not accurate. I mean, we got a facility that's mothballed with the South Annex. I don't see the Alpharetta Jail in here. I know that's only like 40, 50 beds. Is the operational capacity of, and then this operational capacity of 300 to 750. I think this needs to be, what are the total beds that if we manage ourselves appropriately, we should have access to? And that's the operational capacity. I mean, this is moving stuff around that creates a different impression and potentially leads us to a different conclusion. I mean, that's what I'm looking to see in terms of utilization of the facilities that we have access to. How many beds are available for us to use from an operational capacity standpoint, and then how many people do we have there? I don't have any comments on the inmate medical. I know we're going to discuss that next. But those are my comments in terms of the bridging plans and the types of things that we're looking at. Like I said, many of which, I'm in total agreement with, but there are a few things that, I don't know that I necessarily agree with from a funding standpoint or necessarily a timing of doing standpoint.
All right, Sheriff, you want to respond before we go to the next person?
Yeah,
All right,
so
Sheriff,
quickly,
you have the floor.
with respect to retention, all right, if we'd have done what I said a year and a half ago, we wouldn't have that conversation, because we would have funded them accordingly with respect to the staffing analysis, which has not been done since 2015. But the population in Fulton County has continued to grow. Our jail numbers continue to grow. But in 2015, we didn't have 3,600 detainees. So it is very valuable to know what we need on a daily basis. In 2015, we weren't moving as many people. Now that COVID has ended and we're moving people back to court, back and forth to court, we simply weren't doing this. And so to level set, understand what we need as an agency is valuable. If I don't know what I need, right, I can only assume that. So the fact that it is very practical and I've asked for this when I first became sheriff. It is very practical to know what you need as an agency and not use 10-year-old numbers, right? I wouldn't do that in any business. Going back to our current vacancies is 122 today, and that's across the board. And so we want to make sure, and we just got that updated, so I want to make sure you have that. But again, even if we filled 122 positions right now, ultimately, we will still need to man the towers every day. We will still need to support our senior staff who's leaving here for better opportunities. And we will certainly get 3 and 4 to you so that you'll have a line of sight into what our goals are. But it is absolutely imperative that we hold this building together, which is being held together, God knows how at this point. Duct tape and bubble gum. I don't know what the answer is, and I don't envy Mr. Davis, because here is the really clarifying point, and I have said this. We don't own the building. Every instance, when my elevators were down for 3.5 months, there's nobody from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office that's gonna go and work on it. That building, and to say that we have to maintain this building, no. Dream has to maintain this building. And so you all need, I would suggest, we need to give them the resources. We have worked together to get them to a certain point. And we're still paying $300,000 a month in maintenance. And there are security issues that even maintenance and even the medical teams, we have come up with blitzes to make sure that we have access to do strike teams to go in there. But when you have a population that is growing younger every day, that's going in there and destroying everything we do. We've already projected it, so let me tell you today so you don't hear this a year from now and be, Sheriff, we didn't hear this. By the time, in the next 11 months, by the time we get through 78 units and all the zones, we're gonna have to restart at number 1. And so this is an ongoing issue, and if it's data you want, data's not gonna solve the problem. What's gonna solve the problem is ultimately us moving forward in a unified fashion, which is what we are attempting to do. And it's the price tag that goes along with it. I was very, very honest and transparent when I said I needed $211 million. We're creeping to that number now. And had we done it then, we probably wouldn't have this conversation. And as far as monthly reporting, I'm not coming in here every month. I will come in here every other month and give an opportunity for Dream and the other contractors we bring in an opportunity to resolve some of these issues. But to have hundreds of toilets and sinks out of order, it's a human crisis. And I have been begging for the resources for 887 days in every conversation I've had. And I'll continue to do that because that's my job. The only difference between me and prior administrations is I'm not sweeping anything under the rug. I am simply being very, very transparent and telling you what I need. And if you don't believe me, I've already told you, right? And you mentioned somebody's resume earlier. I'll give you my resume. I've been doing this 32 years. So I don't have to, I'm really, really tired of begging for money to do my job. And that's all I want to do. And so I'm going to continue to give you and be transparent about that so that we can hopefully work together to make this happen. If there's more data you want, we'll get you the data. The data is not going to solve the problem. When I have captains, lieutenants, and other folks that can retire that are leaving and going to either get a second paycheck or simply because we didn't honor what we did, because it was very specific, the letter that I wrote to each one of you that said there was a 20% across-the-board pay raise. It did not say senior staff. It did not say line officers and deputies. That was reserved for double time. And you can pull the letter that I wrote you. As a matter of fact, Michael, please give me that letter. I will resend it to you. I was very clear in what my ask was. HR decided that wasn't enough, that couldn't happen based on the dollar amount, and we moved forward. But I was very clear in my ask, and that was the reason I did it. There was no distinction in senior staff or otherwise. It was across the board. We will get you that letter again, because I know you like data. We will get you that letter again and make sure we have at least some line of communication from there.
Well, your letter may have said something, but that's not what we as a board approved in our budget. You know,
No,
that
you-
may be two different things. So I know distinctly what we approved, and it wasn't that. And I'll go back on the staffing. I mean, you just said we had 120 vacancies, but yet here's an email from Mr. Schultz yesterday that says you have 181 vacancies. What is it?
So it's 122 to date, and that's based
So
on.
that happened, that changed overnight?
No, it didn't change overnight. That is that's information you got that was misrepresenting where we are. And so I asked Mr. Schultz to verify that. right?
This is his thing, from Michael Schultz. Vacant positions.
And then we, and
181.
And we got 15 in orientation today. So
Is it
ultimately-
181 or 123?
It's
Simple
120
question.
It's 122, which goes back to your original question.
why-
Again, if we don't have a staffing analysis.
That doesn't have anything to do with a staffing
it
analysis.
absolutely
It's
does,
how
'cause
many vacant positions
it's
do we have today?
122, right?
What is this
Again,
then? Why don't you say 181 on this email?
Again, right? What we have is a problem with our own data, and we have had it for quite some time. Not ours, from the sheriff's office perspective, but every time we link up with HR, there's something different. And so right now, what I asked my team to do was to get you the actual vacancies as of today, right now. And so with 122, with 15 individuals in orientation right now. And we have other people that are online that we are trying to bring. But again, this is where we are. So, you know, again, we'll get you the answers to 3 and 4 in terms of that data, and we can continue to figure out what this looks like as we move forward.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to give us, whether it's HR, somebody's give us some accurate data. June 6, 2023 at 3:10, 44 seconds PM. From Michael Schultz, vacant positions, 181. You're telling me 123 with 15 in orientation?
122.
I mean, it shouldn't be this hard. If you're going to give us a report, y'all get together, give us a consistent number. Because what I see looks like we got about 180 to 200 vacant positions, even in terms of what you just showed here in this bridging plan. And, you know, look, I mean, I like data, but I damn well like results better. And we've provided a significant amount of funding. We provided access to a significant amount of beds elsewhere.
No.
I
did.
We didn't go to bat helping you get access to 700 beds.
No, you got access to 700 beds after
Just a minute, Sheriff.
We went to bat and we helped get 700 beds. Everybody up here that was on the commission at that particular point in time.
Look, it was one person that reached out to 158 sheriffs, and that's why we got people in Forsyth, that's why we got people in Oconee County, that's why we got people in Fayetteville, et cetera. Because what we did was create an environment where we did, as a collective, go back and forth with the city council and ended up with 700 beds, to which they get to determine who comes. So ultimately, there are people that need to go, and we will continue to do that, but it's going to take staffing to do it.
In which we provided extra funding to try to get more people on board. And you told me we've hired a bunch of additional people, but if I look at sort of how we've utilized facilities, and I mean, what it could look like and what it could appear to the average person looking in, that what we've done is we took one facility that we had, may not have been the greatest facility in Union City, moved all those people over to a new facility, which we went and helped you get access to, which we're paying additional money for. We moved those people over there, and we've got about 50 to 60 other people over there.
And look at the results. Not one fight over there, and not
Well,
one stabbing over there, because
look,
it is direct supervision.
But that's great.
That's by
but
extension.
one of the primary reasons, and the primary reason why we were also focused on getting access to do, was relieving pressure at Rice Street.
And do we not understand, here is the ultimate problem, is that crime is still Crime is still happening every single day.
I get that.
And when you got
I
a
get
clear-up
that,
rate of
but we've
93%.
got other access to facilities which we've not maximized, while we've got this other facility which is arguably, we all know is overcrowded, is facing all kind of violent situations to it. What is our plan to maximize use of these facilities that we have access to? That's what I don't hear necessarily within here in this bridging plan, in which I would like to hear.
And I'm clear. It starts with recruitment and retention. And if you look back at what was approved, and I'll ask the law department to approve that, to get that information, the 20% was approved. The funding wasn't. But in theory, the 20% was approved. And that is what I asked for, and that is what I predicted we would need. And again, not moving in that same vein, every time we lose a lieutenant, we lose additional resources to make those things happen. And so going back to that 180 number, that's a number that, according to Mr. Schultz, came from county HR. So again, that is something that needs to be rectified. But these are issues that I've been telling you that have been going on for longer than I've been sheriff.
Well,
and we need to make sure, I can tell you what ours are on our pen and paper, and then we can get ready to go from there.
Well, I mean, you presented us a plan that's different than with the number you just suggested too. So, I mean, you verbally gave something, but in looking at these numbers, you're giving us something different. I mean, y'all got to get on the same page. For me, I mean, this is, I hear two different numbers, one from HR, one from you, and a different number on this piece of paper. I don't have anything that I can necessarily have a whole lot of credibility and faith in. And I can't sign on to, let's do a feasibility study around something when we're upwards of 18 to 20%. I already know we need more people. I mean, when we get down to 50 people, 75 vacancies or something like that, and we're not experiencing the same kind of turnover, we can talk about doing one then. Or when we set up and we actually, get these facilities to, kind of an optimal level, we can talk then. But I don't understand, to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do a new feasibility study separate from figuring out how the cost of, structure and staff and operate a new facility and doing those things. To me, that's sort of throwing good money after bad on a facility study, on a staffing study, when we got this high of a vacancy rate.
Well, I will simply tell you that those things take time. And so ultimately, whether it be 122, whether it be 180, when we get to 75, I will absolutely call you directly, let you know what that looks like. And then ultimately, we are now 2 or 3 cycles behind making that happen. So again, we don't know what we don't know. It causes us angst at that point.
All right, Commissioner Barrett, followed by Commissioner Thorne, and back to Commissioner Hall.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hey, how are you?
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the report. I just had a couple quick questions. On the dashboard, the way it's described in one of the earlier slides is that it's a real-time common operating picture. So I'm assuming it's this slide that you had up a moment ago with the common operating picture, but real-time. Is that something that only your team will have access to, or is that real-time view something that the public and or us would also have access to?
So my goal and it's a very good question, my goal is to have us do the blitz, update the information, and have it real-time published online.
Okay.
So everybody has access
So
to it.
somewhere there will be like a dashboard or a set of dashboards
Correct.
with real-time data.
Correct. And preferably, you go through the sheriff's app to get it, right? So we have a sheriff's app. We can put that on the front page, and people can get all the data that ultimately is real-time.
So I would just, ask maybe, my impression of wanting regular reports, to me, isn't necessarily you coming down here and every meeting or every other meeting or whatever to relay the data. To me, if the data is available, that is you updating us. That's just my take. I don't think you have to come here every month. That's my personal take on that. But I also want to make a clarification. I can form it as a question if that's helpful, but I think I can just make the clarification on the difference between operational capacity and physical capacity, because they are, in fact, two different things. And I believe Vice Chair Ellis is talking about physical capacity, not operational capacity, because anybody who's ever had built any kind of structure knows that there is a difference between the two. I think you made this point, I'm just going to make it a little bit louder, in that operational capacity is not just physical beds, it's actually also programs, services, staff to support those spaces. So if you don't have the people, or the process is taking longer, then your operational capacity number is likely to be different than your physical capacity number, correct?
Correct.
Like how I made it a question at the end?
Nope, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. In addition to that, in jail standards, 10% below occupancy is really what you like to keep in terms of occupational capacity. Ultimately, what we end up with, it's, again, still people sleeping on the floor. We end up with people that we cannot move and give maintenance and give Dream an opportunity to rehab these units as we go along. That's ultimately our plan with reopening the South Annex.
Right, and I think, if you're gonna look at actual capacity and be very literal about that physical capacity of the 700 beds at ACDC, then you would have to take a different tact at looking at the capacity at Rice Street, because Rice Street was built originally for how many?
Originally, it was built for 1,250, then it was doubled from that, right? So here's the thing, and Mr. Davis makes this point even more distinctly, right? So when you talk about a building that was built for 1,275, 1,250, somewhere around there, you double the capacity to that point in terms of bed space. Ultimately, now you put strain on plumbing, you put additional strain that wasn't anticipated when it was built. I mean, this is an interesting piece. That Rice Street was built for $50 million, right, 1989. And it was built to sustain that level of productivity. But now we've doubled it and then almost tripled it in some cases. So you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see the, use of technology to have these dashboards be as real-time as possible and as accessible as possible, but I guess I'm thinking maybe it will be helpful for people who are confused about the numbers to have the actual physical number of beds and then the operational capacity and then the actual. Maybe that would help clear up the numbers. That's just a suggestion. As to the retention metrics, the number on here, though that fifth column essentially isn't there, the math, I think, puts this particular piece of paper at 132 vacancies if you math it out, which is pretty close to the 122, and you said this wasn't today, so.
Well, another point, right? If you look at the chart, and I know we're big on charts, it says vacant position year start.
Right, and
So it's 181.
Yeah.
Right? And I appreciate you bringing that out. We're at 122 today.
Right.
So that's positive in terms of what we're looking at. But in terms of the lens that other folks look through, it does say year start. And so that's where we need to make sure we do a better job of explaining that.
I had just one other question, just from a timing perspective. On the transfer to the South Annex, what's the time frame around that?
So again, our primary focus is getting the 700 beds filled at ACDC.
Okay.
Now, ultimately, all of it, our goal is July 1 to start at the South Annex, simply because we have to empty the zones to get the zone, and specifically 1 North, clear, so that Dream can have a painting to work on, right? They can have a canvas in which they can create, and that's ultimately the goal from that perspective.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall? Strike that. Commissioner Thorne, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple quick questions. You mentioned an inmate advocacy unit. Could you give me some more? I mean, it sounds like a fabulous idea, and it sounds like it's much needed. What is the makeup of that unit? How many people are on it?
It's a great question. So we have 4 internal, 3, and then we're bringing someone on a contract, used to be with the sheriff's office in terms of understanding the processes, et cetera. But what we were looking for are individuals that have the charisma, the ability to be able to recognize that an individual's been in jail for 5 years, talk to the specific judge or the calendar clerk for the judge, and understand why, and really have that conversation about how do we get them back into court and their case adjudicated. Someone that has the charisma to talk to the DA's office or the solicitor's office and or whoever their contact person is and say, okay, here's an individual. In this case, again, 3 weeks ago, we pulled just the misdemeanor cases. 229 of those individuals were misdemeanor cases. 24 of them had warrants or holds for other agencies. What do we need to do to get 24 of those individuals out of the building? Then we had another situation that arose from years of practice where a judge would call in a defendant from the state prison system, have them in there for months on end, and ultimately not see the case, hear the case, but having this unit, they pulled that information. We sent 30 people back to the state. And we talked to the chief judges and said, listen, if you commit to seeing this person inside 2 weeks to 30 days, then we'll get them and we'll hold them and then you can adjudicate the case. But ultimately, we found upwards of 100 of individuals that had that problem. So we are turning over every rock we can, to include probation and parole. Many instances, people have violated their probation and parole, so now we're talking directly to the individuals at probation and parole to see what we need to do, if they need to, if it needs to be revocated, and ultimately get through the court system that much quicker. And so that we are really looking at carving out as many individuals as we can, reducing the population, and continue to move forward.
That's great. On another note, did we approve some scanners that were new scanners? Was that for the courts or was that for the jail?
So no, and I actually have that data as well. So we did approve $629,000 for reSecure, additional scanners. Those scanners have been put in place, received, put in place, and we've actually stopped 52 packages to date that had contraband going into the facility, hence really setting aside our staff concerns as well as medical concerns. Because again, if you recall during that conversation, what was happening is loved ones were contaminating the paper, whether it be with roach spray, fentanyl, or whatever that looks like. This actually is able to help us detect that ahead of time. And so we've averted 52 packages at this point, hopefully saving lives.
I was just wondering, because we're paying projected shortfall 3.8 million for food for employees. With these scanners, would that allow them to start bringing in their food, or?
So scanners don't scan food.
Okay.
And so ultimately, and then I can see that conversation. We're gonna scan your food. No, you're not, right? You're gonna put x-ray rays through my Chinese food. It's not gonna happen, right? And I can see that being an issue. But what I will tell you is that based on our collection of contraband, the one thing that has gone down is the number of cell phones that have gotten in the building, number of devices that have gotten in the building, be it screwdrivers, et cetera. And that's the important point here, is that when we talk about contraband, and I send you these pictures, these are pieces of the building, all right? We rarely get a cell phone now, and those individuals that we hold responsible for violating our trust and bringing in that contraband, we are prosecuting. So, no, I don't think that at this point that won't be helpful.
Okay. And then you mentioned $500,000 for the communication for the bridging plan as we go into the completion of the replacement jail. As a county, we're also talking about hiring for that as well.
That's in conjunction.
Conjunction,
Right.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Yes,
Thanks,
ma'am.
that's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to go back to the discussion about the staffing study, because it was my understanding that the reason why we have done a jail study and have hired EMSI and are having our county manager and county executives work and collaborate to address all of the needs of the jail and the sheriff's department is so that we can know all of the information necessary to resolve the issues at the jail and with your staffing. And so do we have within our jail feasibility study a staffing study that will take place?
Yes.
Did I hear it?
Yes,
I heard a yes
we do.
real fast.
So
Oh,
we have one that is germane to the jail only. And so as an agency, we need one that has more breadth to it, to understand courts, Grady Hospital, not just the jail, everything that we do. And so ultimately, that's the ask. But and I certainly won't speak for
Yeah,
Mr.
so-
Alton, but he was very
you called him Alton. Is it
prophetic.
Alton or Alton today?
It's Alton today.
It's Alton today.
It's Alton today. Commissioner, you are correct. There is a staffing analysis, and to the sheriff's point, it's designed specifically for the new jail when it comes online, which would be, first quarter of 2029 on the current plan. So on that date, we would be able to say this is what we need. Obviously, we're going to know beforehand because we're going to have to staff up, but that's what that particular component is.
Okay, and so the conversation about a staffing study, is that something that you need right now in relation to your being short-staffed and then everything else that is being looked at by EMSI? Am I saying that right? I'm trying to say the acronym. EMSI and county manager and county executives and you and your staff, is that something that you need more currently because of the staffing shortages you have right now and the changes that are going to, of course, take place because they must take place right now?
And so the answer is yes, and let me provide some clarity. 887 days ago, we didn't know what we had, right, except a bunch of vacancies. And so ultimately, we didn't know what we needed. We didn't know what we needed in terms of staffing to service warrants or service court orders. Ultimately, we are doing what we can to keep up with that demand, but court orders have gone through the roof. I get calls from certain defense attorneys that want to know, why the individuals hadn't been served, right? What that looks like. So holistically is what I'm looking for so that we have a place to start. We use this amount because it was approved in 2015 to do this study, but for us to know what we need as we get ready to even go into 2024, right? And so ultimately, we need the data to be able to present to you the facts and the figures to say this is where we are, right? And so, and again, we can't start 3 months from now saying we need a staffing analysis after we get down to 75 or 50 individuals in terms of vacancies. But once we do, now we're starting 3 months behind. So ultimately, the ask is to say, let's figure out what this looks like. But that's not the biggest ask for today. So, I am ultimately, I'll acquiesce to whatever you all, the approach. I just want to make sure, as I've done every single time I've come up here, is be very transparent about what I need. And ultimately, you all can fund it or not fund it at that point. I appreciate it.
It was my understanding that we were approving EMSI because they've worked for us before, they do good work, and they would be able to come in and work with the sheriff's department and our county executives to start quickly rectifying a lot of situations that we needed to address immediately. And is that so? Because I want to ask, this entire, I thought this presentation was a collaboration, as Mayor Dickens would say, a group project of all of you coming together and assessing the situation and putting this together in a collaborative method. I see a bunch of heads shaking yes, but go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr.
Thank
County
you.
Manager, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking that question. And Madam Clerk, if you could just, I think, go back to the slide that has mid-year cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across there. There you go. So I believe we are working in a collaborative fashion. And if you think about just this chart as a good example, we know that we have to house folks. That's number one. We know that we have to feed them. That's number two. And on number one is, principally Joe Davis's work, working with EMSI and then also the sheriff's staff, because as he explained, we got to move people out, then fix an entire section, then move them back in. So that's That's clearly a collaboration, and I think number one on the list. Number two, of course, is the new contract that we've entered into. That's not work to be done. That's already in place. Number three, of course, is probably the linchpin, and that is a judgment of how much staffing and pay enhancements do we need to affect retention and recruitment. And I think all of us are attempting as best we can, including HR and the sheriff's office and the sheriff himself, to determine what that right mix is. Of course, inmate medical is something we have all worked on together, been on many calls with the sheriff as well as with the county attorney's office, and that I'm proud to report is where it is. So that's very much a good news story, because that could have been a huge challenge for the rest of the year, absent coming to an agreement on that. And then public information, I want to compliment the sheriff. You know, I think being able to bring all of our resources together, which we have worked to agree to and do, will serve us quite well, rather than the sheriff having information going out, the county having information going out, and perhaps not having, and by the way, I would say that we didn't do a good job, I'm talking about myself when I say this, in explaining that the dashboard that we put up today, I don't want to say, Sheriff, that it's a mock-up, but it deserves a lot more work. We weren't quite ready for that, but we wanted to show you that we think having a dashboard, having something that we're consistently speaking from, having something that shows the citizens' progress and has an expectation implied in it, is where we need to be. So that will be improved as we go. It was one of those things that we had not quite put in place yet. The biggest thing I think that has been accomplished, to your question, is number one, getting this plan holistically put together, because it does have to be housing, feeding, medical, staffing to supervise, and then ultimately the information. So we have the elements of that. The thing that has the most depth to it, we chose not to go into it today, it's very hard to read when we put it up on a chart, is on this maintenance of the facility. So we have floor by floor that Joe could walk through that, again, is very, very detailed in terms of what would be fixed and when, and it also necessitates the movement of personnel. So I feel like we have made a lot of progress. This is still a very, very significant program to execute over a number of years, but I feel the best, at least in terms of where we have been heretofore in terms of a common perspective and collaboration to get this done.
Thank you so much.
All right, Sheriff, anything else?
No, I would echo our county manager's sentiments. This has, and I'll tell you, this has been probably one of the most collaborative experiences we've had. I appreciate the recommendation to bring in that company because, and to the county manager's point, and Alton and Mr. Davis, this has been all hands on deck trying to solve these issues as we continue to we're building an airplane as we're flying it, and that's the hard part. And so ultimately, I want to thank them publicly for not only their patience, but their input, and bringing this company in has proven to be extremely valuable. So
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
All right, which item will we take it next?
We moved up item 230382, page 7.
All right.
Request approval to accept the assignment and assumption of the contract. The county consents to the assignment of the contract, inmate medical services with NAPCare Incorporated to NAPCare of Fulton County LLC.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It's seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Is there money attached to this one? No. No. That's the name change, that's correct. All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 230381, request approval to amend an existing contract in an amount of $4,786,187.20 to provide physical and mental health services to inmates at the Fulton County Jail facilities.
Okay, as a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, it is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, you have a question?
I have a question. Let's see. Something changed about the pharmaceuticals. I was reading this and noticed that there are a lot of new costs that seem to be now placed on the county. And let me see, does this have a title? Well, it says page 4 on the bottom. It is section Roman numeral number 3, under pharmacy requirements, number 5, page 4. So I noticed that there's a second paragraph that says, service providers shall not be responsible for the costs associated with blood factors, biologicals, on. And it ends up saying that the county is responsible. And then there's another section that says, service providers shall not be responsible for the costs associated with shipment of HIV, hepatitis C, and on, and that the county, it shall invoice Fulton County on behalf of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office on a monthly basis. So I see a lot of these new costs and just wanted to know, is this something that we already have accounted for and we have funding for, or is there a projected funding requirement that's going to be needed to cover these costs for the pharmaceuticals?
So ultimately, the total amount of the contract was reduced with respect to understanding the rising cost of medication and try and create a balance there. But the
Good.
medication has gone through the roof, and that's been our approach.
Oh, good, okay. So the approach was to try to reduce that increase. Is that what you just?
Commissioner Hall, the
Yes.
$4.7 million amendment does include an estimate for a half year of expenses, the pass-through cost of the pharmaceutical. So we did factor that into the total cost. In effect, it's getting pulled out of the payment that is going to NAFCARE as a fee for service, and they will bill us separately for the cost of the medication plus shipping. But we did incorporate an estimate of that in the 4.7 million, which we'll have to monitor. And if the cost exceeds what we've included in the estimate, then we may have to come back to the board for additional approval for that piece.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my only question.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Sheriff, you're leaving about 200,000 on the table today. Every time you come, you get 5 million. This is about 4.8. So think of something before we vote. What do you need? So, yeah. You're good, brother. I got to give it to you. You're good. But I do have a serious question. NAFCARE will be handling the medical. I'm a big proponent of NAFCARE, which the world knows. But they will not be prohibited from bidding when the RFP goes out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna make that crystal clear. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
$5 million, man. Next.
On page 8, Commissioners' action items, 230383, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances in order to impose a distribution requirement before a member of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners may place a proposed resolution or ordinance on the agenda for consideration or final vote, to require that the proposed resolution or ordinance appear as a discussion item at the first meeting in which it is introduced and voted on at the second meeting and for other purposes. Sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, colleagues. I brought this item forward along with, I guess, the next item because of what happened at the last meeting and things being put on the agenda without an opportunity for participation by other colleagues, input or anything. And so, again, I received yesterday a text from Commissioner Barrett asking if I would make this a discussion item. I'm happy to hold it if we need discussion. The whole item is about allowing discussion. So I don't know that I could certainly not invite that discussion, right? But I mean, just the idea that an item can be put on the agenda at 10 a.m. on a Friday, circulated at 2 a.m. on a Friday, and we have to react to that in 2 or 3 days is crazy. I mean, and we just need a more orderly process. Frankly, all items should be discussion items. Frankly, when commissioners draw up a resolution, it should be circulated to all commissioners. Hello, Bueller, why are resolutions hidden from people? Why are resolutions hidden from us? Why don't we see them until they reach an agenda? It makes no sense. Please, please support this resolution. We don't have to support it today. We can hold it, but it makes no sense that information is hidden, distributed on a Friday at 2 p.m., and people have to try to react to it by Wednesday morning the next week, in 3 to 5 days. Please, Lord.
Vice Chair?
I would sort of take a counter view to it. I mean, this board's been operational for a long period of time, and there was a period of time when there were some stuff that was out of bounds where people were bringing in resolutions the morning of the meeting, and they were getting added. That's not appropriate. But, you know, we've got a clear procedure in place, just like all the other things that come before us. You know, they're posted on the Friday agenda. The material is there. You know, I certainly don't believe that, you know, that anybody should be able to place wording on here saying a resolution is something, and the resolution not be there, and then it be brought, then the resolution show up on Tuesday or Wednesday. That's out of bounds. But if somebody's worked through the process of developing a formal resolution, and they place it on the agenda on Friday, the resolution wording is there for everybody to review, along with their other packet information. We have to review. I mean, look, it's the nature of our job, what we signed up for, to review a lot of information and figure out what we're going to have to vote on. And there's that stuff, I mean, hey, it's just, we don't have all the time in the world, government doesn't have all the time in the world to act. And I think, as a general rule, in terms of, I mean, I think maybe board nominations are a little bit different than what we're talking about here with resolutions. That's another topic. You know, if this body, collectively, if we're not ready to act upon it, it is held. And it becomes and converts to a discussion item. But if it's fairly straightforward and we all agree upon it, I don't see a reason with not reacting to it and approving it at that point in time versus having two cycles of it. I mean, we have a lot of cycles of a lot of things that are probably unnecessary. But I mean, I think this is something that we can self-regulate ourselves on and have done generally a pretty good job of it, in terms of resolutions. But I would be, you know, would be supportive certainly of, if you don't have the resolution ready, you should not be allowed to place something, just the words on the page up there, and then the resolutions show up on, you know, after that Friday date, and the public not have a chance to review it and react to it, et cetera.
Okay, Commissioner Barrett.
Commissioner Arrington, I appreciate you being willing to make the item about discussion up for discussion. I think there's a lot of, I support your reasons for doing this. I fully get it. And I feel like one of the biggest frustrations I've had in the 6 months that I've been here is how little communication there is about some really important things. And then all of a sudden on a Friday afternoon, to your point, we're sort of forced to shuffle and react. And in fairness, that's, you know, often, we have basically 2 business days to take care of these things. And I have no problem working hard, certainly. But I think for me, this problem goes beyond just commissioner resolutions and commissioner ordinances, because, you know, I was just making notes yesterday. We got a correction at 3:01 p.m. on item 23-0382. We got a correction at 4:28 p.m. at 23-0381 from the management team. So while we're trying to learn all the things on a resolution we heard on a Friday afternoon, we're also trying to react to all the corrections last minute that we're getting with less than 24 hours to go before a meeting. So I do think we need to put some rules in place, because common courtesy hasn't really prevailed. Because I agree, we should all be circulating a resolution. If we have an idea and we want to get buy-in, why wouldn't we talk to our colleagues about it? So it seems like we're not doing that just generally, and I agree we need something. And I think, you know, I certainly can't speak to how the board operated before I got here, but I can say that I've had some conversations with folks who serve on other boards and other councils, and I also serve on some other boards, and most of these other boards and councils have committees, and these items are discussed in detail in committee, and then they don't come to the floor until the committee's had time to review, investigate, ask questions, and make a recommendation. Then they arrive in front of the full board for a vote. DeKalb County, for example, has every other meeting, I believe, is their committee of the whole, in which they, I believe, don't take votes, but do exactly what this is sort of leading to. They have discussion about the particular items, acting as one large committee, still open to the public, but they don't take public comment on that day. I don't believe they do proclamations on that day. It's a work session. It's a discussion session. So I think there's a lot of ways to you know, get to where we both want to go here. And I just wanted to discuss it because I want to make sure that whatever we do is comprehensive.
Commissioner Thorne?
I agree. I love the intent, and you're talking about the morning of the meeting. I mean, we've actually gotten resolutions during the meeting handed out to us, then had to vote right away. So if we could even enforce the Friday by 10 a.m. rule, I think that would be great. But we have no mechanisms to enforce that. Things are just getting slid in, placeholders are getting put, but no documentation. My main concern is the 72-hour advance. So are you saying by Tuesday, so after this meeting, by Tuesday of next week, we've got to notify everybody of a potential resolution that we're going to have?
I mean, I'm open to an orderly process, whatever that orderly process is. You know, I think this is basically a draft, again, to get the discussion started. Whatever the will of the board is what it would be, right? But in my mind, that would allow some time. And the other thing that I just, you know, maybe when the county attorney sends it back, or maybe there's something that before it can be placed on the agenda, it's got to be circulated to everyone. Or maybe the county attorney has to circulate it to all of us when they circulate it back to the commissioner that requested it, right? You know, there is a way to have an orderly process that is inclusive and allows participation on the front end, which frankly should cut down on confusion and disagreement on the back end.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I fully agree, and I fully think we need a process. I just think it'd be a hard turnaround for me to get prepared, especially if it's a holiday weekend on a Monday, and then we have to have everything in on Tuesday. So yeah, I think we can maybe tweak, and we can find some common ground that all of us can agree on.
I mean, it could be it could be 2 weeks. It could be a longer period. It could be a week. It could, you know, or it could be a shorter period, 48 hours. I mean, you know, I just think we need to work it out, and I certainly appreciate your comments and Commissioner Barrett's comments and any input you want to have. I mean, I guess, you know, we have to take credit as an author, but I'm not worried about taking credit as the author of the thing. I'm worried about addressing the issue.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you raising the issue, and I hope we can come to some kind of agreement to do something. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Commissioner Thorne, just a question for clarification, or maybe a conversation. I think I get what you're saying, but I think sometimes what we forget is a lot of these resolutions are not actually urgent. So I agree, if you have something that's urgent and you're coming back from a holiday weekend, getting it done on a Monday to be turned in on a Tuesday is difficult, right? But a lot of the things we're talking about in resolutions are a broader picture of something that don't have to happen that week in order to be effective. We've lived XYZ way for a month or whatever, you know what I mean? So going another 2 weeks so everybody has time, I think, has merit. But that, maybe there's a way, Commissioner Arrington, in the midst of all this to have, like, if there's a time constraint, then XYZ happens. Yeah.
Absolutely, I'm completely open to it, right? There's an exception for every rule, right? And emergencies are emergencies. I asked the city of South Fulton councilwoman earlier today, hey, is this time sensitive, right? If something's time, there should be an exception for time sensitivity.
I mean, to be honest, another one of the things I have found, I think, the most surprising since being here is how little actual discussion we have even on discussion items. I brought up a discussion item early on about the commercial property appraisals, which was brought up again today in public comment, and I think I said why I thought it was important, and nobody had anything to say. And so, I would love us this is just a comment, nothing to do with the ordinance, but I would just love us to have genuine discussion as a board where we're all weighing in on, what you're proposing is a really pretty major change to our process, and it seems like it should be a collaborative effort to get to something that works for all of us. And I think, generally speaking, when we bring discussion items, that's, I would assume what most of us want is to have that collaborative discussion. So that's just an add-on comment, not really asking for anything there.
Well, but it's willy-nilly, right? It's like, and also there's so much wiggle room, right? And that's why it's so important to have the right people in place. For example, previous county, when I first arrived here, I could ask the county attorney for an opinion and I could get that opinion back. And then a subsequent county attorney made a rule that they wouldn't give me an opinion individually, they would circulate it to the entire board. Well, I stopped asking for opinions because I needed to be advised on it first before I could determine whether. But again, there should likely be a policy for that, right? A written policy so that it's not subject to who's in the seat at the time. Neither one of them was the current county attorney. Neither one of those people was the current county attorney. But I don't know that it should be subject to who's sitting in the seat that day. It should be a formal written policy, and hopefully people are observing it. As far as I know, the clerk does a good job of making sure that anything is not on there by 10 is not on there. But you're right, there may be somebody putting something on there as a placeholder and not adding something. So maybe that's another rule that we could do, right? Hey, if you don't have the supporting document, it can't be on there, right? And so then the clerk has clear instructions then, but otherwise one of us send her something and we say put this on there, she's gonna put it on there unless there are clear instructions not to.
I totally agree that we need to have clear instructions. I just want to make sure we're comprehensive in them. Because again, not to keep calling out the county management team, but they know what items they're planning to put on for a long time, and we don't hear about them until Friday at 2. I'd love to know about that stuff sooner if we could, for the same reason, because we are then trying to quickly read 375 pages of contracts and make sure there's nothing out of line. And we all do it because that's our job and it's fine, but it would change the game, I think, if we had more time to review some of this stuff.
Vice Chair Ellis.
I think in a perfect world, all this stuff sounds great, but in a practical world where you got people trying to negotiate contracts, we got attorneys with limited resources trying to get stuff done, working through the system to get stuff with multiple departments, they're purchasing and legal, it's not practical. And this is not, we may wish it to happen and all that sort of stuff, but practically it's not. And, I think we've got a pretty good process. I think there are some tweaks that could be done, but you're talking about pushing stuff out. I need to see it 2 weeks in advance, 3 weeks in advance, 1 week in advance. I mean, it's just, There's just on so many levels where we're going to find that's not particularly practical for our management team and quite honestly, maybe even for us. Because most of the time when we're trying to get, I can only speak for my own self, when I'm trying to get a resolution ready to bring forth to here, I'm generally going back and forth with legal on it until late Thursday, oftentimes before I've got it ready, the back and forth. And I'm not trying to hide the ball, I'm just trying to get it to something where it recognizes what the intent I'm trying to represent. And hey, if you bring it in here and people aren't ready to act on it at that point in time, you hold it, you have discussion on it, you move on to the next time. You don't necessarily need a rule to try to, address all of those particular situations. You collectively respond to it at the board at that particular time. We got items that we say we're not comfortable with, we ask the manager, is it urgent? No, we hold it, right? So we got mechanisms to sort of deal with that already versus trying to create this, potentially different sort of bureaucratic, response that, potentially is going to put our staff and our efficiency as a government in a much worse place.
Okay, back to Commissioner Barrett.
I'll let Commissioner Arrington go first.
Well, what I will say, Commissioner Ellis, thank you, Commissioner Barrett. What I will say is that I think it's larger than us, and your point is well received, Commissioner Ellis, that, in an ideal world, unified clerk makes sense. It's just not practical, right? So I get it. I get what you're saying. But what also happens is what we experienced at the last meeting, 200 people come down here in response to something that was put on there and asked to speak. So then now the whole meeting is pushed back because now all those people have got to speak because they found out at the last minute too. And so I don't know about efficient or not. It's probably more efficient not to have those 200 people come speak on something that's pulled off the agenda moments before we start the meeting. So I think it's a double-edged sword, but, hey, the will of the board will prevail. Commissioner Barrett, if you assume you're going to do a motion to hold.
I mean, sure. I would like to come to something that we can agree on that puts some additional guardrails around all of this and makes this better for everybody. And one of the other, I'm just going to keep going back to this, but one of the other frustrating things for me has been that answer, and this happens everywhere, not just here, this answer of it's always been this way. Just because something's always been this way doesn't mean it's right. And, I did bring up examples of other boards and committees that run with, differently and operate differently. So there are lots of different ways to do this. So I would love to make a motion to hold and have some discussion offline about how we can fix it.
All right, is there a second to the motion to hold? All right, properly moved and second. Let's vote on the motion to hold, Madam Clerk. Motion to hold by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Arrington.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, next item.
230384, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Laws to provide a fair, open, and transparent procedure for the Board of Commissioners to make full board appointments to various boards, commissions, task force, committees, councils, and authorities affiliated with or operating on behalf of Fulton County and for other purposes.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mentioned this item at the last agenda, at the last meeting, and I guess it's kind of a companion piece to the item before this, right? Again, and it's really funny because the first thing I found out, I've been here, this is my 9th year now. So as I asked the county attorney to draft this, they came back and the initial draft said that while there is a policy, there is no definition for district appointment in anywhere and of the laws of Fulton County. There's no definition for full board appointment in the laws of Fulton County. And so in drafting this, we're defining for the first time what a district appointment is in writing. We're defining for the first time what a full board appointment is in writing. And I think that that is a good thing. I think that we need to know that. We all need to be on the same page. We had a discussion earlier in executive session regarding some of these items and who, because frankly, it may not even be a district appointment. Madam County Attorney, it might, based on the discussion we had in executive session, it might actually be a district nomination.
I believe that's correct.
It's a district nomination which requires a full board appointment. So I can nominate someone from my district, but unless the full board votes in favor, that person doesn't get nominated. So technically, it's not even a district appointment, it's a district nomination. Full board appointments, again, we just should not be sideswiped by an item that's added to an agenda at 10 a.m. on a Friday, distributed at 2 p.m. on a Friday, because someone had inside information. If one commissioner has the information, we should all have the information. If, in fact, it is a full board appointment or a full board nomination for a full board appointment, we should all have the opportunity to nominate someone. There shouldn't just be one person that says, oh, I'm gonna nominate someone and y'all gonna have to take it or leave it. Because I got the information a week before y'all. I got the information early. I'm gonna sneak this one in. No, we're all commissioners. It's a full board appointment. We should all be able to have a discussion. We should all be able to submit names. This is not a single commissioner county. There are some single commissioner counties. I don't know if anybody knows that. There's some in Georgia. This is not a single commissioner county. So one commissioner shouldn't get any information before the rest of us get it. And then they certainly shouldn't be able to use that information to throw us all in a frenzy over a weekend because they made some type of nomination that nobody else knows about and nobody else had a chance to participate in or nominate. That's bananas. We need an orderly process. First, we need to define district nominations and district appointments, full board nominations and full board appointments, and then we need an orderly process that allows for inclusion and participation and doesn't just allow one person to sneak off and smile and say, I got this one in, and then replace it at the last minute after working up a frenzy of hundreds of people coming down. That doesn't make any sense, people. That doesn't make any sense at all. So I'm hopeful that we can pass this one. We don't have to do it today, although I would like to. I'd love to hear from other commissioners about what they would like to see and how they would like to see this included. But my goodness. I mean, you gotta, I guess the early bird gets the worm, right? Early bird gets the worm. It's just a mad dash to a point. Let's all sprint up the stairs. First one at the top of the stairs gets to make the appointment. I'm gonna be last. I got a boot on. But if there is an orderly process where information is distributed equally to everyone, and everyone has the ability and opportunity to participate and make nominations, it doesn't matter if I'm last up the stairs, because we have a process, an orderly process that includes all of us and doesn't give a benefit to one person who might be in a position to get information before the rest of us. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for bringing another very important discussion to the floor. I, once again, agree wholeheartedly with your intent here, but would like to sort of discuss the logistics of how we do this. I guess my first question and/or suggestion would be, could we separate out and have one resolution or ordinance or whatever it should be that defines a district nomination with full board approval, so that that procedure is clear? I think that's the much simpler of the two procedures, right? So if we could just, I think that's one we probably could all agree on pretty easily. So if we could just maybe get that definition and lay out that procedure in its own document, it would sort of take that confusion out of one document combining both. And then maybe focus the second one on the full board situation. And then I guess my question is really to Madam County Attorney about, given the suggestion, and I think this is right, that everybody should have an opportunity to know this is happening and make a nomination if so desired, how would that work? I mean, logistically, what do you do if you have 7 nominations? What do you do if you have 3? Because where I got lost in this ordinance a little bit was trying to math out what happens if there's 3 nominees and then 2 people vote for this one and 2 for that one and 3 for the other, and then how does this work?
If I can, before the county attorney answers, the intent was to have the top 2 vote getters move on.
Okay.
Everyone else would be eliminated, and so then everyone would be forced to vote for the top 2 vote getters.
Okay. Well, I guess some of my additional questions there would be, I think the language said something about commissioners present. So in other words, if we only had 6 here that day, then it would be the majority of however many present. I think that's the wording in there. Did I make that up? I think I did. I think that's right.
I'm not sure. I'll have to yield to the county attorney on that, but
I'm pretty sure that's what it said, right? Am I wrong?
It is, but you could also, is your concern that some of the commissioners would not be heard?
Well,
That
yeah,
would be
yeah.
the same as any other vote on, like if you chose.
Yeah, it
not
still
be
seems to me
present.
that it shouldn't be the majority of those present, it should be the majority. So it should be 4. It should be you need 4 votes to get across the finish line, is I would think. Versus if somebody's not here and it's 3-3 or 3-2 or.
Absolutely. I don't
Right,
think.
but the way this one's written.
I don't think there's we cannot have the commission cannot act without 4.
So we'd have to get to that.
So
on
we'd
that
have to
second
get
vote.
to 4 on the second vote, not
Okay.
on the first one,
Okay.
right? The first vote could have fewer.
Right.
But for someone to be approved,
Would have to have 4.
they would have to have 4.
So as long as the language says that, I think I'm comfortable with that. The other thing I think that would be helpful with the removal of the sneak attack would be a clearer notification process. Not your fault, by the way. But in other words, maybe we make a rule that when any vacancy comes up, naturally, you already know this, we would get a notification with a reminder within a certain period of time that this is happening, and that, well, we don't get regular notifications. Like, for example, we just put somebody into a seat that's coming out at the end of, a term that's ending at the end of June for Board of Assessors, and we didn't get a specific notification telling us that that was happening. I get that, but the bigger point is that we don't get those regularly. That data exists. What I'm suggesting, though, is when there's somebody who's made a decision to leave or is leaving for some other reason that the clerk get the notification and send it to everyone, and that then there is also a specific date timeframe of when the vote will happen. Because one of the things that I think happened in the last meeting was that all of these appointments for BRE end at the same time. And generally, if I understand the history, they've been reappointed or new appointments made in June, and that was May, so it was at least one meeting earlier than it would have normally occurred. So maybe if we could just narrow down that the nomination is always made, 2 meetings before the person would take office, or 3 meetings before, or something like that. If we could make it clear to everybody involved, this is when this is happening, it would also eliminate some of the sneaking it in on a meeting before other people are even thinking about it. Does that make sense?
I'm open to anything that is an orderly process that doesn't allow the sneak attack. And the sneak, the unintended consequences that cause 200 people come down here to speak, and to have us doing stuff over the weekend to stop something crazy from happening, right? I mean, I can do it. I did it that time, right? If that's what they want me to do, I'll do it again and tear them up every time. I tore them up. I'll tear them up again if that's what they want. But I'd rather us have an orderly process.
Mm-hmm. If I may just offer a practical point, working backwards from the date, you're building the deadlines backwards like that. I think what we would be in danger of is the way it's currently written, and certainly we can continue to work with all of the commissioners to tighten up the language to make it as clear as possible. But it's the dates are triggered from when the opening comes up. So whether someone resigns or whether a vacancy occurs. If we're working backwards, it's possible that we will be out of compliance because the time is too compressed to make that 2-week deadline if the vacancy comes up too close to the deadline.
Well, okay, so if the vacancy occurs normally, just because the term expires, we can plan for, right? And that would
Yes.
happen before the term expires.
Yes.
So the person is still sitting. In a normal situation, their term is up at the end of June. When is the appropriate meeting to have the vote is the question.
So for example, right now there's not a specific time frame because it's presumed that the vote will occur at some point before the vacancy.
Right, well, this is all I'm trying to avoid is the at some point before. I want to say specifically before, when it's a normally occurring vacancy, that at least 1 month before the vote shall occur, or something like that. That's all I'm trying to say, is there was a precedent that generally the BRE stuff was voted on in June. This time it got voted on in May, and nobody was expecting that. So how do we narrow that down so that there's a more clear timeframe?
Well, do you envision that that would be a target date or that it would not be valid unless it happens on that date? Because I think there has to be some provision for maybe
That's a good question.
unforeseeable circumstances.
That's why I wanted to have a discussion, I don't know the answer to that, but I think that might help if there's a clear, like, this person has, this term has expired, full board appointment, and we'll be voting on it on XYZ day. But again, I'm open to being shot down on all these. I'm just bringing up ideas here to try to, get to where we want to go.
That's it? You finished? Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to make a motion to hold this item because I have questions as well. I was once told by one of my colleagues, you can't have it, Khadijah, because you don't have the 4 votes. And so we can't pick and choose when we want to be fair on certain things and not be fair on other ones. So I think what begs the question for me is to have a conversation about this and see how, if we're going to truly change the culture of how we do things, because for some stuff, it's, oh, that's the culture here. For other stuff, we need to change it. And so if we're gonna have a serious conversation about this, because I have some ideas on myself, a full board appointment, a full board nomination, or full board or a district. And so I would ask that this be held, and everyone, I would employ my colleagues to submit their questions to Commissioner Arrington, and we have some dialogue about it. Because I'm not prepared to vote for this today. And it's not that I don't support it, but I have my own ideas and concerns. If we're truly going to do something differently, then let's go ahead and do it. So I want to make the motion to hold this item.
All right, the motion is to hold. Is there a second at this time? All right, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis, you have the floor.
I support the motion to hold. You know, I do agree that we probably dispense with the district piece fairly quickly. I think, you know, in practice that works fine. It's on the, and I think we actually did adopt a rule where a few years back, where we defined what was, you know, what do you want to call it, a district nomination or a practice, and with the rule that it was all to go on the consent agenda. I believe that wasn't always the case, but I believe we changed that and made that a rule 3, 4, 5 years ago. Does that sound right, Ms. Greer?
Yes, that's correct, and that
Okay.
those boards, all 7 commissioners had a appointment.
Yeah, so I think that was fairly easy to finally, you know, to dispense with, because I actually think we do have a fairly good working process, and if somebody didn't like a particular appointment, they're pulled off, they're discussed, and I think we've all been a beneficiary of that fun discussion and having people voted down, right, when they're pulled off, or further discussion on them and want to talk about it, and they're brought back up and held, whatever. And we also got a mechanism for full board appointments. If you don't like somebody, you can offer a substitute, you can offer it to be held. So everybody has that as an option, and, you know, I mean, I guess apparently we had all this brouhaha at the last meeting, and somebody brought up holding it, and a lot of people that are advocating for this said, no, we're moving on and we're voting. So, I mean, you know, kind of suits for whatever the moment is, I guess. But in terms of the 4-vote kind of comment. But there are mechanisms, if you don't like it, to, you know, offer up a substitution, offer it for it to be held. You know, just like we have other mechanisms to do so. So, I mean, I do think all that point needs a whole lot further discussion, and that the piece that I don't understand and I don't agree with is this multiple round voting mechanism and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I generally think, you know, I mean, look, we're going to have some issues over appointments where we're all not going to agree on them, and that obviously was evidence at the last session. But there also, guess what? There appeared to be clearly adequate amount of time for people to voice their opinions on it, get citizen engagement on it, and the whole thing get, you know, reversed from what it was on the Friday agenda. So apparently the process does work, ultimately.
Commissioner Eric, do you want to be heard again?
Yes, I just think it's inherently unfair for one person that's in a position that gets information to be able to submit that information prior to the agenda being printed without sharing that information with their colleagues. That's pretty uncollegial. How are you going to get the information, not share it, make a nomination, beat a deadline, put it out? That's not fair. It's not fair. Maybe it's fair if maybe you think it's fair if you're the one that gets the information, but for the other 6 of us, it's not fair. We should have an opportunity to get the information. Do we have a chance to object? Yes. Did we have the same amount of time and the same amount of notice? Notice is a fundamental requirement under the law. You gotta give notice. We should all be entitled to the same notice. Notice is fundamental. If you don't provide notice, there's no due process of law. That's a violation of the 5th and the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. You have to have proper notice. So, to say that there's a process and that the process works is just, yes, there's a process. Yes, it worked. Yes, I burned them up. Y'all want me to tell the whole story? Because I can sit here and tell the whole story if that's y'all want to know what happened. If y'all want me to get into it, I'll get into it. Let me tell you. Because we couldn't get the two commissioners to move. We had to get the nominee to move. So I know exactly what happened. We had Patrice Perkins Hooker lined up. We had Alicia Ivy lined up. We had these people lined up. We contacted Commissioner Morris. We made the deal for him to be the chair of the Board of Appraisers. And then they brought it back here today. Don't get me started. I'll tell it all.
Motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
230385, request an ordinance to amend the Code of Laws of Fulton County relating to the Code of Ethics regarding nominations to the Fulton County Board of Ethics to replace the disbanded Fulton County Personnel Board with the South Fulton Chamber of Commerce and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. This is, I think, fairly self-explanatory. There are several groups that have made nominations to the BOC to serve on the Board of Ethics. One of those entities, organizations, was our Personnel Board. We no longer have a Personnel Board, so I'm recommending that the, what's it called, the South Fulton Chamber replace the old Fulton County Personnel Board, and then they from among their membership, would nominate someone to us to be approved by us to serve on the Board of Ethics. That's all this does. We have a motion on the floor to approve. Any questions? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Next item.
No further items.
No further items, no other matters to come before us today. We are adjourned. And again, at our next meeting, we will attempt to begin to terminate or conclude the meeting by, what'd you say? You have two. So please limit proclamations and other stuff so that we can get to our work session. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.